Let's give them something to talk about. I see the energy running out. I got a planet to run around. Okay, okay. You ain't do nothing but run your mouth. No, I don't wanna be humble now. You doubted me, nothing to talk about. Something to talk about. Something to talk about. I got a planet to run around. You doubted me, nothing to talk about. Good luck, cause I'm outside, tough luck. No friend of mine, no runners up, pick it up.
Well, hello and welcome to the EGFC for Overwatch. I am your host, Captain Exoka, joined on the booth by none other, my fellow Captain, Captain Jack. How are we feeling tonight?
I'm feeling pretty good. We have got quite a lineup of matches today, Exoka. Starting off with William and Mary versus the Rochester Institute of Technology, or RIT. William and Mary currently sitting in the top 5 of the standings. RIT sitting in 7th place as of right now. So this is going to be quite a close quarters combat situation. Definitely not going to be enough to be shaking any standings, so to speak, in terms of helping RIT move up, but maybe they might be able to knock William and Mary down a peg or two should they be able to take away the win today.
Nah, fam, they ain't knocking down William and Mary. No pegs going down there. Look at William and Mary. First of all, their mascot is a bird. It can fly. It doesn't go down. It only goes up, my friend. But regardless, we're going to have some good matches no matter which way you cut it. And especially, I'm looking forward to that William and Mary match. Not because I'm a fan by any means. I mean, I'm a fan of all of these teams, but they have great hoodies. I really want one of those hoodies. Those are so clean every time we get to see a little trailer. Or, you know what, for that matter, I just want a jersey, too. If any one of these teams, just have an extra jersey laying around and, about like a tablecloth size, I would be more than happy to have it.
I totally feel that, Exoka, as I would also require the tablecloth size for myself. Let's go ahead and see where these teams are going to be playing today, though. It looks like we'll be starting off on Lijiang Tower, followed by Paraíso, New Queen Streak, and should we get there, Shambhala Monastery and Nepal. We'll go ahead and round things out. And honestly, like I said, I know that the scoreboard looks a little, or the standings look a little separated there. We have William and Mary currently sitting at 9-3. Mostly undefeated season thus far. 7-5 for RIT, but I feel like in the spring fling, it's always kind of you take that time, you come back, you re-strategize, you change some things up. Let's see if RIT is able to bring it back. We're in the second half of the season. This is where those teams have had time to recalibrate and relook at what they can make happen. Coming up with William and Mary, looks like they're coming in with the Rhine and Lucio Bap composition, kind of going for that old goats that we saw at the very beginning of Overwatch 1. And RIT is opting for kind of the standard on this map. Also coming in with the Rhine, but looking for that huge damage with the Sim and Junkrat.
And you know what is actually interesting to me is because, I'm not sure when Baptiste became the meta on this map because, lately I've been seeing, a lot of the Lucios, of course, but then also, Kiriko was starting to rise up a lot, seeing a high pick rate for Kiriko, and then Ana always having a high pick rate for being the anti-healer, and I love seeing it, but at the same time, I'm personally a Baptiste fan. I play a lot of Baptiste, so I'm pretty happy seeing them get a higher pick rate.
Absolutely, as we go ahead and see RIT cleaning up the objective. Immortality Field used a little early, but it was well enough to allow those Tigers to go ahead and sink their teeth into the control center.
Oh, absolutely. You know what the best thing right now coming out from Rochester, and if I'm capping, say captain's capping, but Frost on the Symmetra. I absolutely love having a Symmetra pick. They are very versatile, and they deal out a massive amount of damage in such unique ways. Again, being able to place those sentries, you think they're not doing a lot of damage, but after a while, that damage adds up.
That's absolutely true. As we already see Foliage with the tire online, going into the back line, finds the Immortality, takes down Naisu on that May, so not going to be dealing with the ice cream there. And Minky even chasing down Nuke Llama as they attempt to get away. Team kill, ringing out loud and proud as RIT continue their climb.
Yeah, they're doing a great job so far, and I gotta tell you, once again, with the recent buffs added to Rhine, we're seeing more and more of them come through, especially on this map in particular. They can control so much ground and so much space. It is always good to have a pretty decent Rhine on your side, especially when you're trying to go for a retake, which we can see right now, Max starting to hold out for William and Mary.
That's true, but Foliage immediately getting the pick on the SLM. What a way to start things off. Frost using the barrier to go ahead and build up that charge and keep themselves out of harm's way. They are just cutting through William and Mary like a hot knife through ice cream right now as we head into last fight territory.
And now, all of a sudden, I want ice cream. Thanks, Captain. Meanwhile...
Me too.
Meanwhile, you got SLM trying to just deal out a little bit of poke damage, but Foliage has been an absolute nuisance this entire time. This Junkrat in that corridor has just been the biggest problem right now for the side of William and Mary. Although you did see the nano boost go through, not sure how much they managed to get away with it. All the while, you can see Rhine from the side of Rochester finally will be eliminated, and the retake should come through in full swing for the side of William and Mary, and for the first time here in Game 1, they take the point.
Yeah, it just comes down to the way that those sound barriers were used. Storm's Eye used it a little preventatively to see if they could give them a little more support, but Nuke Llama had it in the pocket as well, ready and raring to go. Minky, a little bit out of position, gets caught out by this May wall, just tries to get out of there, but will end up falling to Naisu, and that's going to be the end of that fight for now, as RIT just tries to see if they can find a pick until their tank can come back.
Yeah, and May is absolutely nutty. You know, I've said it like a million times, but oh my goodness.
I almost thought Minky was going to get caught off again, but Foliage and Frost were there to immediately delete that wall so that they could escape, and the Deadeye wastes a little bit of time.
Oh, that was cheeky. They used the teleporter on the Riptire to make sure that they could get literally, well, not literally, but nearly every elimination. That got 4 eliminations on that one Riptire. That was insane.
I'm sorry, I had to take a moment to pick off my jaw from the ground at the coordination of the usage of that teleporter tire, because I was expecting just the whole team to go through, right? You just go through the teleporter and you fight on point. But you just see the Riptire, the only thing that gets through there, you know, the chance that it could be quickly eliminated, putting themselves in a very awkward position must have really thrown William and Mary off, because you think it's far away, then all of a sudden it's right on top of you, able to get the triple kill as well as taking out the immortality field very quickly, allows them to go ahead and clean things up as we now head into night market with 1 point on the board. RIT isn't looking to change things up, except for Foliage now going over to the May, matching up the composition of William and Mary. I don't know if that's going to be the right call here, though.
Well, only one way to find out, as this one is well and underway, and already we're scrapping on the point, and the trades are going back and forth, and finally, you will see Minky be eliminated from the side of Rochester, and that is going to be a clean team kill coming from William and Mary.
Yeah, I mean, I think it really like, first off, the control point hasn't unlocked and the fight was already done, right? Like, we hadn't even gotten far enough for the control point to even be unlocked and the fight was already completed for William and Mary's side. But I think not having that extra damage put them at such a disadvantage.
Oh, it absolutely did. Meanwhile, you can see Foliage switch to the Pharah now. They're jumping all over the place with their character selections. Meanwhile, they're raining down terror as they are able to put it in to Insu. And I gotta tell you, I'm liking the Pharah pick as they continue to fire from the outside in.
And sometimes that's exactly what you need to do. Nuke Llama using the Lucio to kind of go across the objective and see if they can keep that percentage going, but immediately getting shut down by Foliage. Having that extra damage is going to be incredibly useful. But man, we are just seeing the Russian roulette right now of heroes as we see William and Mary completely switching their composition. Naisu going over to the Tracer, SLM onto the Ashe, and now Max choosing to bring in the Winston with Gavon's Kiriko.
Yeah, you know what? I'm actually a fan of Winston. I just don't know if I'm a fan of them on this particular map. Meanwhile, you do see Foliage with the Hellfire from above, no! But they will be eliminated in the process, not being able to really solidify any eliminations off that ult.
I mean, they didn't solidify eliminations for themselves, but the team was able to finish cleaning it up and continuing to keep that percentage climbing. 40% and up. Nuke Llama caught out of position, trying to do everything they can to stay alive, are able to get a little bit of tinnitus onto Storm's Eye, but the 4v4 is not going to be enough for William and Mary to be able to push in. They're going to have to wait for the regroup, which means that RIT will get their Mercy back with Valkyrie in tow.
Yeah, but now here comes the ult from Sigma, but the sound barrier is activated at the same time, being able to save several of their teammates there, but keep in mind, they still do not have full control of the point just yet. Rochester still making their way up the percentage, but meanwhile, Max does pop their ult as well, and the Primal Rage is able to clear sight.
That is indeed true. The only one left on the objective right now is Foliage, just trying to hold it all together. Is able to get the pick onto Naisu, but is dead, done, and dusted now. 85%, 86% it seems, for RIT as they go ahead and give up the point to William and Mary.
Oh my goodness, look at this D.Va. I have not seen D.Va in a hot minute, I'll be completely honest with you. I've been seeing more and more of the Reinhardts. I've been seeing a lot of the Orisa. I've been seeing even, you know, some Roadhogs after the nerf. Have not seen a lot of D.Va, so this is going to be interesting to see how they come in with this one.
Well, I have to say, it's interesting just to see so many switches to begin with. But, I mean, Minky getting the double kill to go ahead and start things off. As we see Nuke Llama once again trying to hold on the lone Lucio on point. The stagger then coming in from Naisu on this Tracer and ends up getting taken out by Frost. And at the 65% mark, we see control go back over to RIT.
Yeah, not a lot of time left either. Oh, what? Wrecking Ball has definitely made their way into the meta. I forgot to mention Wrecking Ball. I don't even like Wrecking Ball. I absolutely hate the hamster ball, but I cannot deny their current influence on the tank meta has been absolutely insane, and now they find themselves on the point, but Minky has their ult, and I don't think they got to use it.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're not able to pull that trigger soon enough. The Kitsune Rush coming out from Gavon ended up allowing them to clear that point, but RIT is at the 99% mark. They're ready, willing, and able to be able to take this point. And even if they don't end up winning this, there is still the Gardens in the pocket should they need it.
And you know what I'm wondering, if we're going to see continued roulette-style picking from here on out. I mean, they're starting off here on Lijiang, but I'm wondering if this is going to be the trend for the rest of the night.
We'll have to see. Self-destruct going into the back line right now. Quick remech allows Frost to get the pick onto Gavon. Sound barrier comes in to try to prevent the damage of the rocket barrage as we go ahead and continue to see RIT pushing in, investing all they can. Minefield versus Kitsune Rush. Try to see if they can keep the team alive. Nuke Llama getting yeeted off of the side by Minky, but I think just barely caught on to the side of the objective and was able to get back onto point. Overtime now ticking away 99-99 as Minky is doing everything they can just to keep folks off of the objective, but there are so many entrances for this dive composition, there's no way to keep William and Mary off of it, and they can't flip the point. They C9 it.
What? Did they take a toe off? It seemed like Rochester
took a toe off.
had their entire squad on point, and they all just pushed off, you gotta at least keep a toe in. They essentially just kind of gave that one away at the end, but it's hard to tell, especially when you have so much chaos going on. But speaking of chaos, all of the different hero selections were absolutely insane. At what point, we're trying to go off of, what we know, what we see, but it's hard to keep up with all the different heroes coming in and all the different combinations that are being implemented at one time. Meanwhile, we're heading into round number 3 at a 1-1 split, and you see some familiar faces and then some not so familiar.
We did see some swaps over to the Brigitte. Nuke Llama looking to stick in with that as Minky just gets melted on this Doomfist after that counter stun. But Gavant gets traded out by Frost. That's going to allow this 4v4 to continue going forward. But without a tank in line, it is going to be a little difficult for them to be able to hold on, make that 3v3 now. As we see Gavant coming back from spawn foliage for some reason inside that little side room. Minky back in the fight as they look to try to take control of that objective. It looks like someone from RIT is on that point as we see Minky trying to punch it out best way they know how. But it is a cleanup from William and Mary. They cap them from behind, and that is going to cap the point indeed.
And I'm telling you, that Wrecking Ball is going to be a very mean tank, especially on this map. They have a center column they can attach to. They can spin in an infinite, well, not maybe an infinite, but they can spin for a long time in a circle, deal a lot of damage, and knock players off the point. So they're going to have to get rid of that Wrecking Ball if they're going to try and really take control of the point and get some percentage on the board.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they utilize this this Doomfist to their advantage. Foliage already coming up on the rocket barrage, looking for that opportunity. Max noticing Minky jumping in, immediately goes into the backline with Naisu, is able to find the kill onto Skomo. Will it be enough to find Frost? They do, but the trade comes in from Rochester. Storm's Eye able to get to the Mega Health Pack and able to get back into the sky in perfect timing. 40% and climbing right now for William and Mary as Rochester continuing to find their way into the objective. The Meteor Strike able to go ahead and cut off Max, but it's not enough to take them out of the fight just yet. Nuke Llama finding themselves in the bad position as Rochester takes the point, but the fight continues onward.
And that's why Wrecking Ball is so annoying. You think you got them cornered, and you think you're about to get an elimination and get rid of the opposing tank, and then they roll away. Very speedy, very dangerous, and they can literally take off of point and then take it right back just as quickly. Meanwhile, you do have Rochester literally floating all around the point currently, and they're able to do that with that Mercy and Pharah combo. So they're going to have to try and pin down that Mercy, or maybe even just the Pharah, if they're going to try and at least put a dent in the defense coming from Rochester.
All right, well, with Skomo and Minky already down, that's going to flip the point for William and Mary. Rochester not able to fully catch up, but at least gets close at the 69% mark. Gallivant with the Transcendence online, only ultimate that William and Mary has in the bank. They essentially gave up everything. And Minky, this is quite literally a roulette of characters on all sides as we see the Junker Queen coming out to play.
You know, that's crazy. Foliage is still even having a difficult time pinning down the Wrecking Ball, even with their ultimate. That, to me, is absolutely insane. But meanwhile, the point, once again, under siege, and it will be flipped for Rochester.
Oh my god! Max over to the Diva! This is insane to me, right? Like, typically, on longer maps like Hybrid and whatnot, we will see kind of this back and forth. But there have been so many swaps. That 25% is doing dividends right now when it comes to ult charge with how many swaps we've seen on the field, and still so much investment when it comes to ultimate.
Absolutely. Now Foliage again trying to stay alive, but does get gunned down by Max for the win. Meanwhile, William and Mary again pushing their way on to site, and you can see Frost with the railgun does activate the ult, and now the shots are coming out, and they are dealing out a massive amount of damage, but having difficulty confirming.
Yeah, I mean, that overclock sometimes, if you're able to get those headshots, that's great, but still, the amount of damage it does was enough to allow the rest of the team to not only take control of the lead, but also send us into final fight territory. Although, using that rampage, or not the rampage, but the shouting cry there at the final moments, hopefully they're able to get that back in time, otherwise Minky might be very vulnerable.
Well, you see, we just have to remember to keep our toes on the point, at least one toe. Yep. Keep one toe on the point and you should be okay. Meanwhile, we're still in OT, still in overtime. The Kitsune Rush does come out, and now William and Mary trying their best to take this point back right at the 99% mark.
Well, we see the Kitsune Rush invested. Sound Barrier also invested there from Nuke Llama as we go ahead and see the point getting ready to be flipped over from William and Mary. But we do see some ultimates coming online for Rochester as they're still staggering this out, just trying to see if they can push William and Mary off the point. Almost saw a repeat of Night Market here, but on William and Mary's side as we go ahead and see finally the flip coming over. But RIT has this barrage, almost has this Rampage online. I'm a little worried for Minky because of how Rampage works. They better make sure they're in the best position possible because the last thing they need is to run off the map.
Yeah, well, guess what? Overclock is on and the railgun is coming out, and we remember what happened last time. We saw Sojourn come out with that ultimate. They were able to get a lot of assists on the board and was able to really clear sight. Now you can see William and Mary are able to clear out the aggression coming from the side of Rochester as they're looking to end it here and now, but hold the phone. Here comes Minky.
Minky coming in with the Rampage through the Kitsune Rush, allows them to quickly clean up the point. It is just a fraction of the objective until we see the capture there from Rochester. But oh man, thank goodness somebody got back onto that point because I thought Minky was about ready to C9 it again, being the only RIT member left. They end up getting taken out by Gallivant in the final moments, but as overtime continues to tick down, the fight is going either which way but Sunday.
Yeah, well, there you have it. It looks like William and Mary will be able to take round number 3 here on Lijiang, and it will be game number 1 going to the green this time around.
If this is how Control is going to go at Soka, I have no idea how the rest of this match is going to go. First off, this is a beautiful start. That is one heck of a play of the game right there from Foliage. I believe beautiful usage of the tire teleporter combo. Get that in the books for sure. But, I mean, I don't even want to know what the stats were of the amount of swaps that we saw in Control. Like, typically, you might see 1 switch. Maybe 2 at the very end when teams are just trying to get back to the point in overtime. But very rarely do you see the amount of no-use back and forth between these teams in Control. It was absolutely insane. And I feel like it really comes down to that C9 for RIT. If they had not stepped off that objective, I can't guarantee they would have still won Night Market. That definitely, I don't have a crystal ball. I couldn't tell you that. But at very least, they still would have had a chance. They still had control. They had the whole team. They had the whole team still on point. It could have been a successful W in the column, but William and Mary, come heck or high water, takes every map to 99 and 99 and is able to bring it back on the Gardens in the final moments. And now, as we head into our next map of the evening, heading into Hybrid, the question that's just going through my mind at Soka is, going into Paraíso, what is the goal here? I mean, I don't think I can even predict a composition that we can see RIT come out with that William and Mary won't immediately counterpick to.
Honestly, I don't know, because it doesn't even feel like counterpicks. It just feels almost random the way that they keep switching characters. And of course, we have in our minds an idea of how we think it's going to go, on Lijiang. We got these picks, those picks, this picks. They literally picked everyone, everything. It almost felt like everyone. Almost every character came out in that first match. So honestly, I couldn't tell you what they're going to bring to Paraíso. But with that being said, we know that this is a different game mode. This is an escort. You got to move the payload. You got to get to the point. So maybe they are going to have some more sedentary picks, but we won't know until we get into the matchup. So let's get ready to get game number 2 between RIT and William and Mary underway.
Well, we already see Minky coming out with the Doomfist, which, in my mind's eye, now I'm just a gold plat console player, so what do I know? But Doomfist typically not the pick that you come out with on the defense, maybe on the attack, but not typically what you see coming out on the defense. And it didn't find a whole lot of value during Lijiang Tower either, which it definitely has me a little bit concerned. William and Mary looking to lock in this Junker Queen with the double save the day Q buttons there of Nuklamba and Galvant coming out on the Lucio and Zenyatta. I think a lot of this is going to be on the shots of SLM on this Hanzo, and Naisu being able to get those perfect hacks off. And actually, we're not even going to see, just forget anything I just said, because of course, we see Naisu just using the Sombra to scout out, and we see the Winston, the Sojourn, and the Tracer coming out instead.
You see, that composition does make sense to me. One, because the Lucio Hideko combo is usually the meta that we have seen a lot in competitive. And now not only that, but Winston, I think, does a good job on this map in particular, because getting past this bridge is extremely difficult. And I think Winston can create that avenue for them to get past this first obstacle.
Well, as we go ahead and see Minky pushing on into that backline, Frost has already helped find and secure a double kill there with Minky, finalizing with the slam there onto Max, and that's going to be a clear of the objective. And the question is, how do William and Mary respond?
Now you see, that really is the question, isn't it? Because they are going with a little bit of speed here. Keep in mind, look what they're bringing to the table. They got the Lucio, they got the Winston, and they got Tracer. Those are all relatively speedy characters, and Lucio can speed boost the other two. So every single player should be coming through with a good amount of speed, and honestly, they should be able to push past a lot of these fortifications. But what we have seen so far from RIT is that they're bringing in the heavy hitters. They're making sure that when they do hit on these speedy characters, that it is going to deal a lot of damage.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this shakes out right now, because the way both of these, this is dive and anti-dive at this point. Like, you don't even have to worry about the Winston bubble, because you just get exactly Minky just shoots right on through the shield, sends everybody that's in the shield out of the shields. But the picks are coming in. SLM finding the double kill there. Naisu with the double kill of their own. And that'll go ahead and clear up the objective at the 2-minute mark. Objective Alpha goes to William and Mary, and they're going to start pushing the streets.
Yeah, but keep in mind, look at RIT. They literally have 4 ults at their disposure, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see them very soon. But the first payload does go the way of William and Mary. They are able to solidify all 3 segments, and now they will push the payload forward.
We go ahead and looking in the chat here, want to remind folks it is a first to 3 for this matchup. So, RIT still has a lot of time to be able to bring it back. We also want to remind folks to be cordial in the chat. A little trash talk here and there. We know how colleges are, but please be nice to one another as well. A 3:40 on the clock right now, as William and Mary playing incredibly passive right now. Not seeing a whole lot of aggression from either team as they're trying to figure out the best way to attack.
You see, they did the hard part. They got past that first checkpoint, and now it's all about just getting the escort. So don't be surprised if they actually do choose to change up their composition as they begin to try and move this payload forward. But because you got to keep in mind, when their first composition came out, it was just to get past that first checkpoint. That job is done. But before they do that, they have 4 ultimates that they want to try and use before they do.
Yeah, I mean, starting off that foliage gold, really opening it up by getting Gallivant off of, not only out of the fight, but getting that Kitsune rush out of the fight as well. So now as we see them moving their way back to the high ground, I'm just kind of losing my mind here, because we're seeing essentially dive characters going into these narrow choice points, seeing who can play the dive best at close quarters.
Well, here we go. We're about to find out. As you can see right now, Frost is forced to back off. Foliage now getting back into the mix, able to get a nice flank and deal a little bit of damage there. Will get a contribution to that elimination on Max for the win. But all the while, you know, we're talking about, you know, this full dive versus anti-dive. And I didn't even notice, at least, that the payload actually moved a lot within that last skirmish.
Yeah, the problem is, though, is that it's just locked in that high ground area. And the thing that I don't understand is why William and Mary continued to push through those narrow choke points. Now they're taking advantage of this open space. Sound barrier invested, pulse bomb onto the Storm's Eye, prevents that sound barrier from coming out in trade. And now William and Mary are successfully looking to clean things up. But, I mean, what is it? The spawn area for RIT is right there on the other side of those doors. And if they stagger it well enough, the team might be able to recontest.
And you know what? I think this comes with the benefit of actually having sedentary picks, you know, is that you get better more with time. Don't get me wrong, if you're being shut down every single time, go ahead and change your pick up. But if you just simply lose one skirmish, don't just start, you know, bringing out every pick that you could possibly can. You know, try and find avenues, try and find the gaps. You know, they were able to get past checkpoint number 1. They remained sedentary. They got past checkpoint number 2. Now that we're moving on to checkpoint number 3, now you can see that Gavant is going to switch to the Ana.
Very interesting choice there. I don't know if it's more so to kind of assist with Max, giving them a little bit of extra damage with that nano, you know, while also being able to have that sleep dart online for whenever Minky dives in. Definitely a lot of different options here on the table for picking that Ana, but as you can see, no matter what hero gets chosen here from Gavant, they know exactly what they're doing. Beautiful combo though, pulse bomb, punch, boop in, allows Foliage to grab the double kill, and that shuts down the push at the 2-minute mark.
Yep, that it does, and you can see RIT definitely coming in with a huge rebuttal here as they are sitting on 2 ultimates at the moment. As a matter of fact, they have the only 2 ultimates on the field, and now let's make it 3.
Yeah, and I, you know, looking in the chat, I see a very interesting aspect being posed here. Why haven't we seen a Reaper come out for this Winston? And I think the big aspect of this is that, you know, Minky is doing their job by essentially pushing everyone out of the shield that normally would be the big issue for taking down the Winston. As we see the picks now coming in, Frost lighting up that kill feed on the Sojourn, but with their takedown, things are going to be a little difficult for them to keep it together. Oh, it looks like Minky's back, and that is going to be a push to spawn with a minute back on the clock.
Yeah, only 60 seconds left to go, and you can see now that they are going to push back a little bit, and it was going absolutely forward for RIT. They managed to get the opposition all the way back to spawn. Meanwhile, you can see Max coming in with a rebuttal of their own, and they're still sitting on that Primal Rage.
Still sitting on the Primal Rage. We do see Naisu able to get that pulse bomb just barely onto Minky. And look at that combo. 4 out of 5 heroes had to use all of that to shut down Minky. As we see them swapping now over to the Junker Queen. I question whether or not that is going to find the value it's looking for as we head into last fight territory.
Well, let's find out. The last stretch, the last turn. Only 10 seconds left to go, and this could be the last push attempt coming from the side of William and Mary, although Max does activate their ultimate. The Primal Rage comes out, and they are absolutely wreaking havoc, able to push back nearly every single opponent. But keep in mind, RIT still paying attention to the payload, as now Max looking like they are in trouble and will be eliminated.
Can I just say I noticed a single moment when SLM got pulse bombed by Foliage, got stuck. And you know, typically when you get pulse bomb, you know, you at least want to attempt to get away, right? But when you're stuck, there's nothing that you can do. So you can just kind of sense the giving up in that moment of SLM, of just like, I'm just going to stand here and take what's coming to me without a chance of possibly killing another one of my teammates trying to get away from what I cannot get away from. And I mean, that was a beautiful opener too, because it shut down the overclock that SLM currently currently had online. So what a beautiful investment to start things off. The Primal didn't find the value it was looking for. A little bit of juggling in that side room, but the Mega Health Pack's in there. So, of course, that was able to give the RIT supports a little bit more sustaining power than they would normally have by being able to grab that health pack before the Furious George continued to pummel away at him with their fists. 30 seconds now as we see William and Mary going on to the defense to go ahead and see if they can stop this payload. And other than Naisu swapping over to the Genji, not a lot of swaps.
And you know what? That is actually a really interesting pick, just because we haven't seen Genji come out so far, and William and Mary chose to bring out Genji, I think, on the defensive side of this payload. So that also begs the question, is Genji really that much of a defensive character? I always associated Genji with more of an offensive presence, but meanwhile, you see RIT, they're going to start things off with the Widowmaker coming out from foliage. Oh, nope, never mind. Quick, easy come, easy go.
Exactly. Just looking to get that hook shot pick. You know, your Eichenwalds, you know, your King's Rows. There are maps where you just pull that Widowmaker out for 5 seconds, see if you can get an easy headshot, but it doesn't look like it's in the cards this time around. I think the big thing that I'm worried about with William and Mary and Naisu being on this Genji is, what are you deflecting? I mean, you could try to get in the face of Frost and Foliage, but you got to go through Minky, who's just going to punch you out of your deflect, Skomo, who can flail you and slam you out of your deflect, and Storm's-Eye, who can just boop you away. How much value are you really going to find with a Genji in this composition?
And you see, that's what I also found interesting. And then not to mention, I'm also surprised that for both teams, neither decided to go with like a Sentry-based or even, you know, Torbjorn or Symmetra is what I'm alluding to, and really just place those stationaries around that bridge. I'm surprised we haven't seen that. And you know what? It did work for William and Mary, but I think it could have at least attempted it on the defensive side for the defensive side for RIT.
Well, after we see the first attack being successful enough to get a couple of ticks on the board, not going to be able to fully unlock Objective Alpha, but that's okay, because RIT ended up holding William and Mary for 2 fights. Makes sense that William and Mary should do the same.
Yep, and now it's right back to business, William and Mary, and SLM continuing to hold this point. 2 ticks down, only 1 left to go for the side of RIT. And look at SLM still holding on to the overclock, still holding on to their ultimate. Meanwhile, they are really spread thin here. They are covering all grounds, and meanwhile, you have the side of RIT that is pretty bunched up for the moment.
I think the big reason that they're doing that is because they want to make sure that they can be essentially in all places at once, but Minky can also go in all places. They open things up with the Meteor Strike, finds the second elimination onto Next is the only remaining. No outlaws allowed on the field, says Minky, as they go ahead and lock down Alpha and put 4 minutes back on the clock. Start that payload.
Yep, and they got the hard part out of the way. Now they got to go the rest of the distance. Keep in mind, William and Mary were able to get 2, but they weren't able to get the full 3. So if RIT is able to push it and get the payload to go the full distance to get all 3 points, they will win out here in Game 2.
Well, let's see what they can make happen. Very interesting move once again from RIT and William and Mary to just use dive in the most close quarter of spaces as we go ahead and see the jump back of Max onto the payload. See Skomo kind of by themselves, pushing that payload forward. We've seen the overclock now coming out from SLM, looking for that opportunity, but just gets punched right off the side by Minky. Not going to be finding the value that they're looking for in this fight. But a lot of ultimates getting ready to come online for both sides as the continued cleanup comes in for William and Mary. The blade even unsheathed to try to see if they can get some quick elims in the final moments. But RIT is just not allowing that to happen.
No, absolutely not. And Max was forced to use their ultimate trying to clear the payload, but keep in mind, RIT still very much in it, and they refuse to go down, although the payload is about halfway through here, and we have seen this a little bit familiar to what William and Mary tried to accomplish on their push on the payload, and then they ended up getting stuck in the exact same spot, right around this turn here, halfway through this first push.
All right, well, they got to be careful. I'm still so I have no idea why this high ground area is so coveted in this specific transition, going into such close quarters as you saw. SLM Ore back up to 50% after popping the overclock, was just getting so much value of folks being in there, as we see the rally and the overclock utilized. Pulse bomb sent into the back line, ends up finding Nuke Llama as they're trying to get away. SLM though with the railgun trade, but it's not gonna be enough. The only one left on the objective right now is gonna be Naisu, gonna be able to hold on for as much as they can, but things are looking to shake out just as well as the defense did for RIT. The question is, with 3 minutes on the clock, can they push it past 80 meters?
Well, we're going to see if they can get the job done. Max switching out to the Orisa. Going to try and change things up here for William and Mary. And here comes the last push for RIT in order to try and either tie or take the win. Or they might not even reach it at all. So, as we get this one on the way, you can see RIT already slowly but surely making their way into the territory of William and Mary.
I have to say, at Soka, I will be incredibly impressed if we see a tie. I don't know. That would be one of the closest matches at all possible to see a tie, especially on an escort map section like this. I've never seen it happen in my 6 of casting Overwatch, but at least for right now, with the swap over to the Orisa, it looks like William and Mary are going to hold for now, and Foliage is done goofing around. We're seeing that Reaper come out to play.
Yeah, finally, after people were requesting for the Reaper, it is now here, and let's see what they're going to be able to make happen with it. As you can see, the payload, once again, beginning to move forward, and it is Minky leading the way, and is able to get up on the bridge very quickly. Foley is now trying to get into the mix, but Minky is not done just yet, as finally they will be eliminated.
That's true, but there's already 2 down for the side of William and Mary. I mean, the spawn's right there, but at what possible cost could it be at? And Frost is still finding headshot after headshot. 1:30 remaining on the clock, and the payload is only 10 meters out. Somebody's got to be able to touch this objective, but they can't get there in time. Rochester Institute of Technology, the Tigers take a bite out of the Eagles, tying up our series 1-1 here on Paraíso.
And no surprise here, SLM with the play of the game on the Sojourn pick. We've seen a lot of Sojourn action throughout that entire exchange, but it was this play here coming through with the overclock, being able to click 3 back-to-back eliminations, and then being able to wrap that one up with a 4th. An absolute insane display of accuracy coming from SLM, and a well-deserved play of the game.
Yeah, absolutely insane watching these teams play against one another. And no, we're just dealing with 5th and 7th seed in the current season. Imagine seeing any of these teams going up against UTK, Delaware, Hawaii. Like, this would be an absolutely insane match already, but just seeing how well they're going toe-to-toe against one another really shows us what the top 10 looks like here in EGFC. We're going to head to a quick break, give these teams a little time to cool off and re-strategize as we head into push, coming back after this break.
Let's give them something to talk about. I see the energy running out. I got a planet to run around. Okay, okay. You ain't do nothing but run your mouth. No, I don't want to be humble now. You doubted me, nothing to talk about. Something to talk about. Something to talk about. I got a planet to run around. You doubted me, nothing to talk about. Good luck. Cause I'm outside, tough luck. No friend of mine, no runners up, pick it up.
And welcome back to E-Time here on EGFC Season 4 Overwatch action. We're going to be heading into New Queen Street to see if we can break this tie between William and Mary and Rochester Institute of Technology, currently sitting at 1-1. And if you miss the first half of this matchup, you don't have any idea what you miss. Lijiang Tower, 3 full rounds of 99 to 99, literally coming down possibly to a C9 from RIT that ended up putting the win in William and Mary's favor. William and Mary, though, not able to hold that lead for long, as we see a very definitive RIT Tigers bringing it right on back on Paraíso and being able to tie up the series. Heading into the sweet streets of Canada as we go ahead and see 2 dive compositions once again. William and Mary locking in that Winton to see if they can take away this W, but Minky has been popping off on this Doomfist and is not looking to give any space or leniency whatsoever.
Mary trying to meet them head on. Minky now going to be coming through to deal out a lot of damage, being able to get a solid hit onto the Winston, not being able to confirm as they do head right on back to the heels, but control of the bot seems to be going the way of RIT.
That is true as they go ahead and start pushing on forward. I think the thing that's impressive about this is that everyone's still alive. Like, no one has died in this fight yet. We are still just seeing a reinvestment here from William and Mary, and it pays off in dividends. Being able to take ScoMo out of the fight very early. Minky doing everything they can to try to sustain. I mean, Doomfist just unfortunately does not has tools in his kit, but not a whole lot of defensive tools to be able to keep that bot pushing forward. At the 23-meter mark, we will go ahead and see that bot push on over in the side of William and Mary.
And you know what, on a game mode like this, when you're talking about push, you know, this is where I'm expecting to see the Reinhardts come out. Or, you know, just a character, yeah, just a hero that has, you know, a lot of shields and a lot of absorbing power. But meanwhile, it looks as though we do have attack pause.
Yep. Waiting for that. Didn't see that DC come in before we swapped screens there, so we'll have to see. Might be kind of just a slight issue there in the back line, but I mean, for the most part, very strong start there from RIT. I mean, it's not a lot, but especially in a game mode like push, especially with how these two teams have been so incredibly competitive against one another, literally fighting tooth and nail against each other to be able to take the win. It is that 20 meters could make all the difference when it comes to being able to take the victory here. But as you can see, looks like William and Mary is going to go ahead and close that gap relatively quickly, but RIT might shut it down before they're able to get there.
Yeah, it's Foliage now here on the Tracer, able to come through with 2 back-to-back assists, now coming through with yet another as they continue to apply the damage, and now an elimination going the way, and yet another assist for Foliage, and that's going to be a clean sweep over William and Mary, and the bot will now go the other way.
Like I'm telling you, see, only about 6 meters separating out the two teams, and I'm gonna tell you, Ahsoka, I feel like unless William and Mary or RIT are able to get kind of an Ultapalooza going in their favor, which we're getting ready to see come out with the Kitsune Rush.
Yep, the Kitsune Rush is well and underway, but meanwhile, Minky also has the ability, their ultimate of their own, but they get shut down extraordinarily quickly. No Meteor Strike coming through for Minky, and that's going to be a huge pick for William and Mary.
Yeah, I mean, what a well-timed pulse bomb from Naisu, right? Noting where the Doomfist was gonna fall and immediately throwing it onto Minky. I was actually more scared for the rest of the team because Minky just got out of dodge immediately after that pulse bomb got stuck to him, and I thought we were going to be seeing a multi-kill there. Thankfully, that ended up not being the case, but still, no progress for the side of William and Mary just yet as the overclock gets popped.
Yeah, that it does. And look, you can see the bot now at a standstill here near the initial start point, and Minky is actually going to switch over to the Junker Queen. Meanwhile, they do get eliminated just as quickly, and Max trying to stay alive here over towards bot, only has about a quarter health left, does drop back to get the full, and now they're going to be taking Frost head on, but eventually they will be eliminated.
I have to say, as much as I have played Push and have enjoyed New Queen Street, I did not know there was a mega health pack right off the objective right there, and I feel kind of upset at myself as a caster and a player that I did not know that. So good on you guys for knowing that that was there. Unfortunately, it didn't help out a whole lot, but we are going to see Max, as you predicted at Soka, going over to this Reinhardt and see if they can lay the hammer down.
Well, let's see what they can do with it. Meanwhile, you got Foliage, who has their ultimate ability ready to go, waiting for the opportune time to use it. As you can see, the bot a little bit torn right now, as it is Max on the Rhine, who is going to be right there on point, and now we'll pick up an elimination on the Brigitte. But with only about a fourth of a health left to go, I think they will be going down as well. Max still barely holding on, only a smidgen of health, and finally Max will be eliminated.
Oh, gets eliminated, but it's a very quick turnaround with that Kitsune rush from Gavant as they go ahead and clean up the rest of the objective. But man, I tell you, those moments as a tank when you're literally in the if they blow on me, I will die scenario, it hurts. It hurts so bad when you can't get out of those points. But got Max back in the fight, and already seeing Frost down is going to make a huge opening for William and Mary.
And now Max already tearing away here at Minky, but Minky does manage to retreat in time and get back to the heels and make sure they're back up in the right and ready to fight. But now here comes the cavalry from William and Mary, and they're going to go into a full push over towards the opposition. All the while, the rest of RIT, they're taking the bot away.
Foliage is like, what, you don't want push bot? Okay, I can take that, no worries. Be able to move that back for you right on there. And honestly, that is lost progress right there. I mean, you only need one person on the bot. You know, this is not escort, this is not hybrid. You know, you don't get more progress or faster progress due to having more people on that bot. So you got to make sure you at least have someone there, and that definitely put quite a kink in the system, and the Shatter doesn't find anyone.
Yeah, meanwhile, you can see that it will be Frost to find a couple as they all just raining in damage with the overclock, able to get several eliminations, now looking to get the full ace, but unfortunately it looks as though Frost won't be able to get all of them, but still, oh my goodness, they are now taking full control of the bot back the other way.
I can say I have found something very interesting about the matches that we have seen today. We have seen two tank heroes specifically not being played. Ramatra and the Roadhog. I don't know if it's like a gentleman's agreement not to play the Ramatra in this scenario, because obviously that would have been a major shutdown against a Reinhardt player. But as of right now, Rochester Institute of Technology, these Tigers are taking a bite out of Canadian hospitality as they hit the butt scratch point and keep on moving.
Yep, that they do, and now they just got one more solid push to go. Meanwhile, the cavalry once again coming in from William and Mary as the switch to the Arisa does come out. All the while, they unfortunately lose Kiriko in the process, but that sound barrier should give them the enough push to make sure that they can retake control of the bot, as now you can see Max trying to go 1v1 against Minky.
Yeah, it's a 4v3. It was a 4v3 scenario after we saw the pick onto Frost, and the way these teams play, even having one player down makes all of the difference. And now we are seeing the Tigers coming up to almost double the push of William and Mary. That's going to be a lot of ground to recover with only 2 minutes left.
Only 2 minutes left to go, and that bot has made so much progress in such a short amount of time. And like you said, all you need is one player to really, anchor onto the objective in order to move it. But meanwhile, you do see the bot beginning to head the other way as the push does come through from RIT, and they're able to get even more eliminations. And now they are back on the bot, and only that lone tracer is there before they are finally gunned down.
Yeah, I mean, Naisu almost had a similar situation to Foliage right there, being able to steal the bot away from RIT, but ends up abandoning it to try to save the rest of their team. We're heading into last fight territory, and things are looking dire for William and Mary.
Yeah, they have got to get on the point, and finally the Orisa does manage to do so. They pop their ultimate and try to hold, but remember the one-toe rule. You've got to keep a toe on the point, or at least keep their toes off of it. Meanwhile, you can see all the eliminations now finally coming through, and only ScoMo remains. They do get speared, and that will be an impressive retake coming from the side of William and Mary.
Yeah, but this is a difference of 75 meters now at Soka. I mean, well, actually 77 if you want to be technical. I mean, just shy of the final objective point with only a minute remaining on the clock. I don't think they're even going to be able to get it back to the midpoint here without seeing the contest here from RIT.
Yeah, meanwhile, the Kitsune rush is underway, but now here comes the Meteor Strike! And it will deal out at least a little damage spread out amongst the side of William and Mary. As you can see, Minky now going on an absolute rampage, able to find one. They get rid of Nuka Llama, and now they're going to pick up two as they get rid of Max in turn.
Yeah, it is just not enough staying power here for William and Mary. They are having a hard time shutting these Tigers down. And honestly, this might be the situation that we see with these high levels of play, right? You invest a lot of strength, a lot of skill in such a short amount of time. Sometimes you get worn out, and that 3-minute break they just had might have actually cooled them down a lot more than they expected.
Yeah, maybe, but now here we are in overtime. If the side of William and Mary, once again, they take that toe off the objective, that's going to just about do it. So we're back into the one-toe rule. And you can see right now RIT are not giving any ground over towards bot. And now that would be just yet another elimination going the way of Minky and Frost. And that will just about do it. It will be RIT to come through and get the dub on map 3.
And even getting the lock-in overtime too. Talk about saying that you really got that dub. Because you can say that it was the time limit, but you were able to get that final point. So good job there, RIT. Definitely showing that they can stick with this fast pace of Overwatch play. William and Mary gotta find a way to come back though as we head into Escort. That's going to give William and Mary a couple of different options to be able to come back with, and maybe it's time to break that gentleman's agreement, especially as we head into the Shambali Monastery for that Escort map, a major place that we see Ramatra and some Sigma play as well with those long sightlines.
Yeah, you're talking about Shambali, and, instantly I'm already starting to think about Ashe. Ashe is coming to mind immediately, especially when you're talking about a lot of those turns. And don't get me wrong, I love the Widowmakers, I love the Hanzos. But, as soon as you make that turn, those long sight lanes, they kind of go away. So being able to have the Ashe who has a little bit more versatility, to me, is pretty viable on Shambali. And I'm really looking forward to see the different mix and matches, for the composition as we get ready to head to Shambali, because we have already seen so many changes and so many different lineups, so many different compositions. I'm interested to see what both of these teams have to bring to the next map.
I have to tell you, Atsoka, I think the thing that's most surprising to me is that we saw more swaps on Lijiang Tower than we have seen combined in Paraíso and New Queen Street. It's almost like they were like, we're gonna put the pedal to the metal and test out every type of combination we can on the first map, and then we're just gonna go to our comfort picks after that. And it has been rough for both sides right now, but with RIT taking the lead, we are technically now on match point. These Tigers could take away the win. Remember, again, this doesn't really change their positioning in the standings, but it definitely will be a wrench in the standings for William and Mary.
Well, let's see what the overall standings will tell as we get ready to go into match number 4 between William and Mary and RIT. As we get ready to get this next round underway here on, I'm sorry?
The choice of the wrecking ball on defense.
I like it.
I find it incredibly odd.
I don't mind it. I'm all here for it.
I mean, I'm not saying I mind it. I just, for a map like this, and especially the way that it is played out, the goal is to cut off the various choke points, especially against a dive composition. You want to use something that's incredibly stationary. And so I'm not necessarily against the dive versus anti-dive situation we find ourselves here, but I don't know. I think William and Mary is taking a major risk not going with something that's a little bit more sustainable.
Well, let's find out if they did. As you can see, Max is going to start things off here by diving right in to the face of RIT. And already you can see Foliage finding an elimination. And now Frost will find one as well from RIT as they continue to wreak havoc onto the side of William and Mary. And it looks as though this first push coming from the side of the Tigers will be successful.
Yeah, I mean, they cleaned that right on up. Frost with a beautiful 3K throughout that entire fight. The only person lost there was Minky. And like I said, not having anyone that can really kind of hold that line, especially on an escort map, you know, having someone on the objective to just be able to stall it out, if at anything, is incredibly useful in maps like these. Otherwise, you were just giving away progress as you were trying to set up.
And meanwhile, you can see Max trying to go through with a pretty good idea, getting rid of the healers first, but you can see that it was the Storm Eye able to make their way back to Minky, who once again is trying to absorb as much damage as they can. Even though they don't have a lot of absorption to have, they will be gunned down by SLM.
So we've been saying making our way a lot today, and I finally thought of a little bit of a parody based off of what we just saw. Making my way into your back line to take your supports out of the fight. It was just something that popped into my head in the final moments, and as I see how entertained our producer Juke is by that, it's just something I had to share there. But looking at the way that this is playing out, the distance game really worked out for William and Mary on that one, because they have a lot of distance around this corner. But if RIT is able to get into that back line, like I said, and take out those supports, it could be a very different story.
Yeah, and you can see the delayed sound barrier coming from the side of William and Mary might be just what they need in order to try and hold the line. But I gotta tell you, RIT not making it easy as they continue to push forward. And now the Kitsune Rush does come out, but then again, so does Overclock from Frost. They will now be flanked from behind, and it will be the Tracer to put an end to Frost, as now RIT are on the receiving end of several eliminations.
I was actually a little surprised by the pop of the Overclock, especially against the Kitsune Rush. And it's not so much that that I don't believe that Frost has the skill to be able to fight against that Kitsune Rush, but with how fast they're moving, you have to then recalculate how quickly you were able to get those headshots, and especially with only 60 seconds on the clock, and now an Overclock in their arena, things are going to be a little bit more difficult to see if they can get this final point.
Well, let's see if they can. And meanwhile, SLM does pop an Overclock of their own, and it looks as though that Brigitte also activated their ult for the side of RIT, but that's not going to stop the side of Nisyu to come through and cause an issue, as they do get at least one elimination onto ScoMo, but the payload does make it, and now it will be the first checkpoint here for RIT.
Yeah, Nisu really doing everything that they could to try to keep that payload working in their favor. And now we see Max swapping over to a hero. I guess I missed 3 heroes when it came to the tank line, because I don't believe we've seen Azor yet. So now we're going to be able to put that one on the board. 2 more left, Roadhog and Ramatra. When will we see them come out? And nobody knows. But with 2-3 remaining on the clock, RIT is getting aggressive.
Yep, that they are, and they're already able to put down the tank there, Max. does go down and out, and now they're just looking to pin down that final Kiriko, and they do. And the payload will continue to push forward. Keep in mind, they're almost there to their second objective with little to no time wasted.
Yeah, I mean, it was just the aggression that RIT put on William and Mary to be able to push so far back that they weren't able to contest the objective at all, and I believe that both supports were on it, so, I mean, it is moving at a fervent pace, but with this Kasune rush, shuts down the Rampage!
And that was just good timing. Again, they were able to use 2 ults at the same time. Gotta love the double ult coming from the side of William and Mary, and they were both 2 support ults, so that makes it even that much better when you're trying to go for a retake. It was the sound barrier, and it was the Kitsune used right at the right moment, right at the right time, and now William and Mary have possession of the payload, and will start moving it back at least a few little decibels.
All I can say is I am very thankful that Storm's Eye had not gotten up their sound barrier in that fight, because that is something they are going to need coming into this one. We have the Graviton Surge getting ready to come online. You know, they're going to wait for Naisu to be able to get that Pulse Bomb in the pocket, and they're going to stick it to anybody that is in that Surge.
Yeah, and now you can see the ult does come out from the side of Max, but hold the phone. Another ultimate has just been used, and that was huge coming from the side of the Storm's Eye. That sound barrier was able to save Minky, and now Minky going to be returning the favor here by applying all the damage as possible to really clean up everyone off of that payload, and Frost was there to confirm.
It was too early. The Graviton was in a good enough position to be able to take Minky out, but that's about all it did. That's about all it attempted to do. Naisu was doing their best to try to earn up that extra 15% they needed to get that Pulse Bomb online, but without being able to have that extra damage, I mean, you're just kind of holding them in place, and Foliage opens things up by taking Naisu and Immortality.
And you know what? I like this switch from Minky over towards the Reinhardt right here towards the last push too, because this is where they're going to need that shield the most, is when they decide to move this payload more closer into that last checkpoint, and that's where they're going to have to absorb the most damage. But keep in mind, Max also going to answer back with a Reinhardt of their own, and now we got a good old-fashioned slugfest happening down on the payload.
That is true. Immortality trying to see if they can keep Minky in the fight, but Naisu swapping over to that Mei is going to be the linchpin that holds everything together for now. But Foliage and Frost continuing to pop off as best they can. Storm's Eye even getting a little bit in the mix, looking to hand out a little bit of tinnitus to the backline of William and Mary as that payload continues to fervently push forward. The payload is right at the spawn doors, and it looks like we're heading into last fight territory.
Definitely does. Only 30 seconds left to go, and you can see Minky waiting for Foliage to respawn and waiting for the rest of the team to regroup so that way they can make this one final push. And now you will see William and Mary trying to stabilize a line there up front to neglect and to really put down this push coming from the side of RIT, but the ultimates begin to come out.
We see the Am Matrix and the Overclock, but that does not stop Foliage from getting him that back line and being able to take Nuke Llama out of it. Now the Overclock in the other direction ends up finding SLM, but the Blizzard is going to hold the line here in overtime. It's a 2v3, and the Ice Queen still reigns supreme. The Shatter comes out, finds 2, and that's a quick cleanup of the point, shutting down the Shatter of Minky. But even if they had let the bodies hit the floor, wouldn't have been in enough time to be able to touch that payload before overtime ran out. Similar situation to what we saw on Paraíso when Rochester held the line against W&M. The Eagles are flying high. The question is, can they get to the peak of the mountain to be able to take us to a map 5?
Well, only one way to find out, and that's to get into the next round. And let's see what composition they are going to bring, because from the start there for William and Mary on the defensive side, you know, we got to see them bring out the Wrecking Ball. You know, they got to have a little bit of fun with it, but at the same time, I felt like they lost a lot of ground in the process. Yep. So I'm wondering if that's going to have some type of a long-term effect moving forward, and if they're going to be able to make up that lost time. Now, you can see Max going to be coming out with the Junker Queen, and now Nisyu is going to be coming out with an interesting pick of their own. They're bringing Sombra to the mix.
I mean, that's an interesting choice here. I mean, you know, as much as I do love me some Sombra play, Sombra doesn't have the same kit that she used to. I mean, it's a quick hack and you can get in a little bit more damage, especially with how fast all these characters are. It is going to come down to some incredible accuracy from Nisu to be able to melt down these heroes as soon as they're able to get that hack off. 1 second is all they get to not use their abilities before they end up fighting back against Nisu, as we already see the rallying cry utilized by... Oh, all right. Never mind. Once again, we are going to see just for scouting. Might have been a good idea, but we're going to see them once again go over to this dive bomb.
Yep, well, let's go. I think the Wrecking Ball is going to do a lot more on offense than it would have done on defense from William and Mary. So who knows? Yep. Maybe what costed them a little time can get them some time back. As you can see, Max, now back on the payload, decides to exchange and then get out of the way. Going back around looking for a huge flank, does manage to find the Brigitte in the mix, but is going to drop back just a tidbit. And now, here comes Minky, the Doomfist, dealing out a lot of damage, and SLM trying to keep their tank alive, but nearly eliminated themselves.
Yeah, gotta watch out when you charge up that Doomfist. He goes from being able to punch one to punch a whole row of you against the wall. But with a minute already off of the clock, William and Mary they're making progress. They're just not finding those eliminations that are able to clean up the point. There it is. SLM just needed that high ground control and are able to find those headshots that really gets that payload moving.
Yep, that it does. And you know what? I gotta point out that, you know, it did not take them as long as I thought it would. They definitely were able to kind of speed past that first turn, but now they're looking to get their first checkpoint, and this could be one of the more difficult points to take here. As you can see, Minky already on the defensive by getting in the way and trying to at least hold them off for the time being and playing a little bit of a shoulder tap game over there with the side of Max.
That is indeed true, as we see Rochester back in the mix. Frost a little bit out of position, ends up getting a full-fledged hamster right in the back. For a moment, the Meteor Strike comes in, but a well-timed sound barrier from Nuke Llama is very least able to keep them alive, but they are getting bullied into oblivion right now to try to get taken out of this fight.
Yeah, now look at Frost. They have Overclock there and ready to go, and they literally have an infinite amount of time to use it, but finally they do call it in along with the Kitsune Rush, and this should be a team kill as they are just laying on the damage. And now you can see the side of William and Mary is in full retreat, but Max cannot get away.
Yeah, just the use of that Overclock puts so much pressure on any hero, and SLM being staggered out there in the final moments. Gonna make things hard for William and Mary to be able to fight back. By the time they get back to the payload, we're gonna be looking at 60 seconds they have to be able to get it the final couple meters they need to lock in point alpha. But they have some ultimates online. They got that Overclock. They got that minefield. The question is, can they get RIT in a spot where their backs are against the wall and that minefield actually finds value?
Well, let's find out. You can see ScoMo does use their ultimate, and now, once again, Max trying to go to the back line, but they're getting pinned down, and the minefield is already out, and they're able to at least confirm one, and now two, as you can see SLM trying to push them off the point as far as possible. The one lone Brigitte here in the back will draw the attention of every single player from William and Mary, and they will be gunned down. And now SLM does have a toe-to-toe matchup going up against this Tracer, as it does seem at least some support managed to come back from RIT, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to hold off this push from William and Mary.
I mean, right now it's working out incredibly well. The Meteor Strike to be able to get back into the fight rather quickly. Supercharged Doomfist right now with the amount of damage and trying to avoid the punch, ends up finding the Pulse Bomb of Foliage. Double kill coming in will ensue. Sound barrier from the Storm's Eye, but is that the proper usage? I mean, thankfully they don't have to worry about Nuke Llama in this moment, having used their sound barrier in tow. But will it be enough for RIT to clean this up? This is a first point lockout right now, as William and Mary are doing everything to keep themselves in the good graces of Overwatch.
Yeah, well, guess what? It's not going to be enough. As you can see, RIT will come through to get the dub, and they will not only be able to win the game of Escort, but they will also be able to win the series.
Beautiful cleanup there from RIT, locking in their spot as the 7th seed, possibly being able to move up to the 6th seed here. Similarly, they will lock in William and Mary to 5th seed for right now. Not going to be able to find that gap up to where U of H is in that 4th seed just yet, depending on how the rest of today's matches end up shaking out. We're going to head to a quick break, see if we can get a rep from the Tigers to come have a little chat with us. And then we'll be heading into some more Overwatch action here on EGFC Season 4 in just a few minutes. Good evening, guys, gals, and non-binary pals, Overwatch fans of all ages, and welcome back to EGFC Season 4 Overwatch coverage. Now, we do have a little bit of a note for this match coming up against University of Delaware and UT Arlington. Currently in Texas, there is a a thunderstorm and tornado warning going on in the Arlington area. So we do have kind of a special situation in place. You know, if for some reason the team DCs due to a power outage or something like that, the match may be canceled and replayed at a later time. UT Arlington won't be receiving any type of forfeit or anything like that. So we just hope that the folks at UTA are staying safe. The players say they're able to go forward as of right now, so we're going to try to play it forward. But just know, if for some reason we just end this game kind of in the middle, that's probably why it happens. So let's go ahead and take a look at the standings and see where these teams are currently sitting, because these are some powerful playing teams. UTA sitting in 3rd seed right now versus the 2nd seed University of Delaware, Ray. And this is going to be a banger. It is literally a single match that separates the placement of these two teams.
Yeah, Clash of the Titans is what I was calling it before we started. It's a very important matchup. That's why I'm glad that policy's in place, that even if the weather, comes into effect, this game will be played at a later time, because it has so many important ramifications coming into the playoffs. If UTA gets this win, they'll be 11-2 versus 10-2. So they'll slide up to that 2nd seed and looking to take UTK down for that number 1 overall seed. So again, the stakes couldn't be higher for this match between these two talented teams.
That's kind of another reason that I'm a little worried about this particular matchup with the weather situation that UTA is experiencing, because of how much essentially pressure is on this match. I mean, we just watched the 5th and the 5th, or what was the 5th and 7th seed go at it. And I guess I didn't realize that the standings would be changing a little bit, but that also may depend on how St. John's ends up placing today, which we won't know until after everything's done. So take that 6th seed with the grain of salt, folks, depending on how it all shakes out. Going over to the map scene, or I believe we're going in-game, never mind. We're going straight into Lijiang Tower. You all know how it goes. Same map, same order, predetermined as it is every week. Heading into the night market to go ahead and get things started.
Yeah, and look at these compositions these teams are running. They're complete opposite ends of the spectrum. University of Delaware pulling out with that Reinhardt, looking to teleport to the point with a Sim Bastion, and UT Arlington on the ball composition with a Pharmacy, and they're even throwing a Sombra into the mix. So the thing is, what I've noticed is these Reinhardt compositions have a hard time dealing with ball, but if they can just take the fight on the point and keep it close quarters, that's their pathway to taking down this ball composition.
I gotta be completely honest with Mindy in the chat there, as someone that grew up in the Midwest. UTA gonna roll. We ain't scared no naters. we gonna do it. Don't matter. But right now, I would say that the ball or the nader is definitely not rolling in their favor. As we go ahead and see, only a single pickup Tomato Lord will go ahead and shut things down for UTA as Delaware takes the point.
Yeah, that's going to be the key to this ball composition, is this Farah getting a lot of pressure into the point through the different poke holes that we see. And so far, it hasn't gotten the pressure they needed to, especially with Stank Badge going down. That's already, you've lost your Lucy. You kind of have to back up and reset.
That is true, but we see Andrew getting the trading pick onto Junao as we go ahead and see Tomato Lord rolling on in, coming in with a big slam, looking to see if they can go ahead and clean Nate off of the field. Will be successful in doing so, but Stank Badge does pay for it against that, against those turrets. Very unfortunate, those turret characters keep doing damage even if they ain't on the field. It looked like it was going to be a UTA success story there for a moment, but University of Delaware stands strong.
Yeah, they are doing an incredible job. Like I mentioned, their pathway to victory was keeping this on the point in a close quarters brawl as the EMP comes in.
Massive EMP finds the 5-man and the cleanup is fast and fierce. Yes, it only lasts for a second, but if a team takes advantage of it, it works out very well in their favor. The Blizzard only able to find Tomato Lord in the end, but it does enough damage to be able to hold that line, and UTA are still having a hard time breaking into the night market.
That's the other thing with this ball composition. I'm not sure I like the Lucio in this. It's like, what's the Lucio doing? Ball, Sombra, Pharah are kind of always doing their own thing. So Lucio doesn't get that much value in this composition. I feel like you're better suited, you know, maybe an Ana or a Zenyatta. Give those Discord orbs to help the ball out.
Oh, beautiful shatter coming in there from from Ideal Warrior. The res comes back in though, as we see a beautiful boop over the side. Oh, I feel a little bad for Tomato Lord. Not the first time that you've seen a Lucio steal away a beautiful boop that you make there, as Stank Badge takes that one. But at the 99% mark, all ults invested except for the upcoming sound barrier. UTA takes the point.
As we see Nate going over to the Cassidy now, going to help a lot trying to deal with this pharmacy combination that is finally starting to get its value.
Beautiful shot. I'm not even for certain where that came in at to get the angle on Nate to be able to get a pretty close to direct shot enough to be able to shut them down. But Dez just being an absolute menace in this back line right now is allowing UTA to hold the line.
That they are, again, they're gonna have to be perfect the rest of the way, and out comes the sound barrier, the double sound barrier.
Yeah, the rotation comes in as the sound barrier starts off. Beautiful boop there from Andrew after the slam onto Nate. EMP able to grab the remainder of the team as Hyper gets sent off of the side. The Blizzard gets invested, but Stank Badge gonna be the only one that gets found in the chaos. Although the point is claimed by Delaware, it quickly flips back over to the Mustangs.
Yeah, and they are in quite the spot right now. They're going to have Mines, Barrage, very close to the Valkyrie. I didn't think, you know, they're just finally found their groove. This is the UTA that I have loved and watched these last few weeks. Their teamwork is finally back on point, and they are synced up, and there come the Mines.
Mines in a very interesting position too, spreading over the wall and providing a lot of value there. A ground barrage coming out, looking for that elimination over the side, but I don't think Tomato Lord ends up getting taken. No, they end up getting taken out, not able to get that hook in time, but that percentage continuing to climb. The support's doing everything they can to stay on this point, but it's going to be the hammer of Ideal Warrior that will be able to hold on to this point for now. As the overtime clock ticks down, they got to be able to feed into this objective, and thankfully all these heroes are incredibly quick. Amplification Matrix, Sound Barrier invested to try to see if they can get these picks off, but Dez is the only one having a little bit of tinnitus due to the damage of Hyper. The picks continuing to come in, and it looks like University of Delaware, these burbs, gonna fly high and go ahead and lock down the night market.
Incredible from both teams. UTA finally found their stride, but what that really came down to, Jack, was when those mines got engaged, the follow-up was not there. The Reinhardt composition that Delaware was playing, they were able to speed boost themselves through it, use their Rhine shield to get through as many of those mines as they could, got to the point, and it was just pretty much useless at the end of the day. They set themselves on point and rode that close quarter brawl to victory. As we now move into the garden section of Lijiang Tower, and this is where the ball composition that UTA has been playing is going to peek its head and shine, as Delaware is now adopting a similar composition, except they're going with a more traditional support duo that I would expect from a ball composition. They bring in the Zen to be able to throw those armor packs and Discord orbs and Harmony orbs.
Well, we'll see how well it works out. I do, although I is very unorthodox, I do understand the picks there of Stank Badge over to this Lucio, as we see Tomato Lord sends both supports over the edge. What a bait and switch there by Dez. Pod will go ahead and find the elimination as they go ahead and hack out Tomato Lord with the help of Nate. But we're going to see the same come out for Ideal Warrior. Delaware trying to keep the point at least out of UTA's control. But as of right now, things are looking incredibly difficult for them to be able to hold on. Delaware is going to indeed clear the point of all those stallions and go ahead and lock down this objective.
Insane. Delaware, I think this Brig and Zen are just giving this ball composition the little bit more sustain and extra damage you need between the Discord orbs, and being able to throw those armor packs. For UTA, you have this Mercy who has to constantly keep swapping between healing this Echo, going to help the ball, when the Brig can just do everything from a distance.
That is absolutely true, and be able to keep their Zen protected as well, as you see right there. Beautiful hack, a 4-man participation elimination, but Pod gets most of the credit by being able to get that final pick onto them. Nate with the follow-up onto Shing, and that is going to be a cleanup of the objective once again. University of Delaware keeping it going as they hit the 50% mark.
Yeah, and this is kind of what I have been seeing recently played, especially on this new patch, is you play the Sombra and the Tracer together. Lots of dive ability between the ball and the Tracer, and then you have the Sombra who can hack the enemy ball and make their life so much harder, as we're seeing that happening right now.
That is true. We see the shields used in the final moments just barely to allow Tomato Lord to get away. The minefield's just too close for comfort there, as we do see them invested also by Tomato Lord. Big Slam gonna end up getting most of those out of the way for University of Delaware, but it's not going to be enough for them to be able to hold on, as we see ourselves staying into last fight territory for these birds.
Not only is it last fight territory, but they don't have a lot to work with. They have to hope Andrew on this Echo can make something happen. They're going to duplicate the Tracer.
And immediately deleted twice. Bad enough you got taken out of the Tracer pretty much as soon as you duplicated into it, but then flailed by Hyper, and even getting the second flail off the side for Tomato Lord as the overtime wick ticks down. That's going to be University of Delaware showing that they have second seed for a reason. They walk away with Lee Zhang Tower 2-0 against UTA.
Yeah, that Lucio pick is still baffling to me, Captain Jack.
Yeah.
I don't know if the weather, the connection maybe has something to do with it, but
maybe.
Because, you can just, play your game if you have a bad connection. Lucio can still do the aura heals, but in this composition, like I mentioned, who is the Lucio healing? The ball, like I said, rolls around, does his own thing, is mostly using health packs to get his health. And in an ideal world, you have Brig packs to also throw him. He's not relying on being close to your team all the time. And then you had a Sombra, same thing, using health packs, hacking, and going in and out constantly. And then you had like a Pharmacy or like an Echo with a Mercy. Which I don't know if that has a name, but Echo Mercy, which it's doing its own thing as well. It's just aerial assault. So it felt like every fight that Lucio never could get enough ult charge. I think we saw on both maps together, maybe got one sound barrier each map. It's just stifling.
I feel like it definitely might have been more of the maybe a combination of the weather. If Stank Badge is having some difficulty, trying to aim as Zen might be a little bit harder to do. I also think it's the maps that they played on, right? Gardens and Night Market are, I wouldn't say are necessarily boop-centric maps, but especially with the composition they were playing, trying to get those eliminations, which we found quite a few of those environmentals utilized by the team to be very valuable. So, I mean, it didn't end up working out for them, and it looks like we do have a tech issue in the backline. So we're going to head to a quick break, see if UTA is going to be able to continue playing forward, and we'll be back with more EGFC in just a few moments. And welcome back, everybody, to EGFC Season 4 collegiate coverage as we head into Paraíso. UTA taking the... Oh, no. Not a good way to get things started. We did find out that the reason that we were seeing the Lucio was because Stank Badge had 500 ping. So that makes a lot more sense to us in the booth. Not 50, yeah, exactly. Not 50. Another 0 on there. So it definitely makes a lot more sense why we were seeing the Lucio, because you ain't gonna hit anything with a Zenyatta, that's for sure, on 500 ping. So, and after seeing them now DC, it does come into question whether or not we will see the rest of this match.
Yeah, I'm very curious. As interestingly enough, I'm a Texas boy as well, and it just started to rain at my house too. So this is just Texas at its finest, people. Texas at its finest.
Hey, something tells me y'all can handle the rain a lot better than the light snow that seems to shut down quite literally everything in the state. So, I would, if I were in your shoes, I'd take that as well. Although, if it were happening here, I'd be in 3 inches of water while I'm trying to cast this. So,
yeah, you're not wrong. And I don't have to go water. I don't have to water my grass tonight. So that is nice.
Well, as we go ahead and head into game, it looks like we are going to see a swap there. Unfortunately, Stank Badge not going to be able to play this one through. Going to give them some time to figure things out. Instead, we're going to have Jupiter coming in on the Zenyatta, realizing that, as good as Stank Badge might be, you cannot play at this high level of Overwatch competition when your equipment is on the fritz.
Yeah, but this composition makes a lot more sense coming out of UTA. I'm really curious to see how Dez is going to do on this soldier. It's going to be, Tomato Lord will go in and slam, and it's going to be Andrew there with the follow-up on the damage. And then because you can get them in the air, it gives a nice sightline for Dez to work with.
I honestly think that the reason that Dez is on this soldier is not only to provide a little bit more assistance with Shing and Jupiter. As you can see, they're right next to him, but you now immediately with the shot onto Jupiter is going to open that up, but it also allows them to keep tabs on where Nate is. Like, Nate isn't going to go for the 3v1 against the supports and the soldier, right? But you're able to keep tabs on who's on the objective. Unfortunately, those picks are going to be coming in fast and fierce from the University of Delaware as these blue hens go ahead and lock down Objective Alpha at the 3-minute mark.
Yeah, that was just tactical coming out of University of Delaware. They just, as a unit, one by one, went through every player, started with the Zenyatta, was able to get him with the volley, then they focused down the Brig, and it was just tactical perfection.
Well, a recontest that I did not think was going to find the value that they were looking for does indeed find the value that they are looking for. Jupiter and Dez able to get the picks that they needed to be able to recontest the objective. Objective Alpha is still in UTA's control.
Yeah, very impressive to just continue to patiently play the game, use your ball and your tracer to just your ball and your tracer to keep that touch alive, buy yourself time to get your responders back, and then you're able to come back in full force and really make that happen.
Yeah, I think it was also just a smart play of the supports being kind of in that cafe area, right? If you're not out in the open, Xing, even though their shield's small and has been up to 300 health, by the way. Don't know if anybody's noticed that recently, but can provide a lot more protection with that environmental coverage. And as you can see, Dez, with the help of the Discord Orb, will go ahead and shred down Ideal Warrior. And that's going to continue to take time off the clock.
Yeah, and again, and Andrew has really woken up on this tracer. On the previous map, Pod 36,000 was kind of, just dominating on this tracer. Andrew's come back with a vengeance and has looked incredible. And I'm very impressed with Jupiter so far on the Zenyatta. Kind of got picked off early on that first fight, but since then has looked really good, especially to come in under these circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really working well around their Brigade Xing, keeping themselves out of harm's way as best as possible. And I think that University of Delaware is just having a hard time finding some space to be able to work, because every time they try to get anywhere close to the objective, UTA is just in their backline. Janelle does find the pick onto Andrew, though. Go ahead and stir things off as we see Dez falling on that high ground too. Zenyatta throwing out those balls of fury as we see Xing go ahead and pop the rally to see if they can contest. 98.5% on the objective as the Transcendence comes in from Jupiter to try to hold the line. And one step off the objective was all the Blue Hens needed to be able to lock down Objective Alpha. That payload's out. It's bumping those tunes. And they're going to go ahead and start pushing on forward as the team kill rings out.
Nice attempt by UTA to try and come back and make something happen. They forced that recall out of Pod, but they could not get him down after he was able to get himself out of there pretty quick. And then the rest of the team in follow-up came out for Blue Hens, University of Delaware, and they're able to take that point. But lots of time drained off the clock. If you're UTA, you got to be feeling very happy, and you get to force out the trans now.
Beautiful force of the trans. As we see Tomato Lord rolling on in, looking to see if they could successfully boop Ideal Warrior off at high ground and hopefully over the side. Unfortunately, did not get the value that they were looking for there, but was able to keep Nate off of that health pack so that they could shave them down. Without the Sombra in play, we're going to see University of Delaware head back to spawn as we see these Mavericks continue to hold on.
Yeah, I'm very impressed, especially, everything that UTA is dealing with right now. It's got to be feeling pretty good for them to be, especially playing with a composition that needs so much synchronicity with the pings they're probably dealing with. It's really impressive.
I do enjoy these rollouts that we are seeing from these two Wrecking Balls here. Just the positioning itself, it's more like they're playing in a pinball machine than it is them kind of rolling by, doing these kind of drive-bys that we typically see from our Wrecking Ball players. Has this EMP online, looking for the supports, and it is a quick clean up there, ends up getting the pick onto Janao, and was looking for that finalization onto Hyper, but was just a little bit outside of the EMP's range.
Yeah, I mean, again, just UTA putting on a clinic in this composition. University of Delaware coming back with so many ultimates, however. So I think this is really their opportunity to set things up and really get this point delivered.
Comes down to Jupiter. I'm telling you that right now. If Jupiter can stay alive, that's what's going to matter at the end of the day. And it feels a little unfortunate that Transcendence definitely was going to be popped at some point in time. But I think that might have been a misclick, as it was Tomato Lord's Minefield, not Ideal Warriors, that ended up being unleashed. Oh no, wait. I almost thought that just went right up. They did go over the side, but they did end up translocating away. I didn't see the final moments there of them actually getting away over the side. But a hack pod looking for a way to try to get things taken care of. Looks like as much as UTA is having difficulty, my partner Ray is also having some weather issues, so don't mind me talking a whole lot. That's what I get paid to do. Overtime ticking away right now, 1.35 meters, and it looks like University of Delaware will go ahead and lock in Objective Bravo, turning those beats into Club Synesthesia. Now, as we see the Mavericks right now and the way that they are positioning, things are working out very well in their favor, but had they held on to that Transcendence, like I mentioned earlier, we could have possibly seen the end of round one right there. Not having that Transcendence in play, even if it was only able to keep a couple of heroes up in the fight, would have made all of the difference against all those ultimates unleashed from University of Delaware. Minute remaining on the clock right now, as we see Janao looking for those charged headshots, if at all possible. Nate almost having that EMP online, and there's the EMP from Dez, as we see Janao having to pop the Transcendence to be able to stay alive, and I feel just like UTA was hoping that they would have kept that Transcendence for their final fight. I believe University of Delaware is going to find themselves in a very similar position. As we go ahead and see the push in from the University of Delaware. Minefield littering the objective. Nothing going to be able to be there to clean it up, so that payload not going to be gaining a lot of ground. It's going to be up to Ideal Warrior to sacrifice a little bit of themselves to be able to clear the point, but the damage, I believe, is already done. Minefield now coming out for Ideal Warrior, but a good wraparound there from Tomato Lord. Ends up clearing out the objective. A couple of mines around the point, but as long as the team's careful, there should be no worries whatsoever. Overtime now ticking away as University of Delaware continues to fight back, but these Mavericks are holding on to this point for dear life. Dez and Shing lighting up that kill feed. The rally being popped by Hyper, but it's only sustaining them and not really helping out much more than that. As the overtime wick continues to burn down, Dez earns up the EMP once again in overtime, and that's gonna be a lock just shy of Objective Charlie. University of Delaware get held by UTA.
Oh, all right, catch me up, Captain Jack. What did I miss?
A very, very close hole there, Ray. UTA pretty much being forced to use the Transcendence in the final moments of Objective Bravo. Ended up costing them that point because they didn't have anything to fight back against the flurry of ultimates from University of Delaware. But then we saw the flip-flop when Dez popped the EMP at the minute mark in the backline, looking to take out the supports once again. Junao using the Transcendence to save themselves and their fellow healer, but by using it at that moment, did not have it available to finish pushing the payload in the final 40 seconds. Now we head into round 2 to see if UTA is able to successfully find their way to come synesthesia and tie us here.
Again, this is UTA's chance, though. They were able to stop it before it was a full cap. So this is their opportunity to really get in there and make something happen.
Yeah, there's one thing, though, that I'm a little worried about, and that's Nate on this Torbjorn. And I don't know if you've seen Nate play Torb, but Nate is nasty when it comes to that Swedish engineer. Not going to be seeing any picks for the Widowmaker here for Andrew. Going to quickly swap on over to the Echo. But without the support of a Mercy, they're going to find that turret pretty damaging if they are not careful of those sightlines.
Yeah, I was going to say, the turret can be very bothersome to flankers like Tracer and Sombra, but that Echo, like you mentioned, with no pocket, that's a very good point to bring up, and they got it out early, but Tomato Lord goes down early.
Yeah, not a position you want to be in with your tank out of the fight that quickly, but, I mean, Andrew is very much playing the glass cannon right now. Being able to play on that Echo could provide a lot of value if you're able to get a hero under half health, and you just melt them into absolute scrap. UTA having a hard time finding a way to push into this with the sixth man, sorry, not seventh man anymore, sixth man turret on the field.
Sorry, I make that mistake all the time. As UTA trying to find some sort of room to push in. Tomato Lord really struggling. They're doing a great job of focusing him down. But with the Brig, this might be their opportunity.
Well, that's the thing, is that they're investing to try to make sure that that turret is off the field, because that's an auto-aim bot right there, just peppering away at anyone that ends up coming within its line of sight. But they keep paying for it by trying to invest so much to take down that one thing.
Yeah, I'm really surprised to see them continuing to play this Echo. I feel like...
There we go.
Yeah, there we go. We're seeing a false swap. Now we're getting this Sigma composition. This is kind of the University of Hawaii specialty we've seen in these past few weeks, especially with the Hanzo being in play. So let's see if they can make some magic. The Storm Arrows are going to be great, can get that turret down, and then you can really set up a good pick onto vulnerable targets.
Well, let's see if they can make it happen. Storm Arrow into the side room, looking to see if they can grab that pick onto Junao. They're going to be unsuccessful in doing so. Ideal Warrior, though, finds themselves off the side of the map, self-elimination, but we do get the trade in the Pulse Bomb against Jupiter. Not having that Transcendence online during that fight, though, means they'll have it for this next one.
Yeah, as a compositional swap coming in, proving to be very successful, especially with these hacks onto the ball when you can follow up with so much damage, but the Transcendence comes out.
Transcendence comes out, the turret unleashed. Sigma Shield not in the position they may want it to be in, but that EMP is definitely going to start cleaning things on up. The hack just barely able to find Pod in the final moments, but ends up getting the recall into the Flail of Shing. And that's going to be Objective Alpha captured. 3 minutes back on the clock as UTA take to the streets of Paraíso.
Yeah, I really like the adaptation, considering, we're not finding success breaking through this ball defense with a ball of our own. Next best thing is, okay, let's go counter ball. And I think Sigma is a perfect candidate for that. Being able to have those accretion rocks to throw in. And then the Hanzo, just with the spam damage. It makes, a Zenyatta and Brig so, easy targets, and they have to be very careful where they peek.
That's absolutely true, and especially with the still semi-recent change of Hanzo getting one bounce with that storm arrow. Even if they're around a corner, they can find themselves still in very vulnerable territory at low health. One stray arrow, and that'll be calling it quits. We do see the Molten Core come out from Nate, but they catch a log straight to the face. So that's good. That will still be enough to shut down the push for now. Shing sacrificing their life so that Andrew can take Pod out. But it's going to be enough to pull back UTA as they look to see if they can melt down Ideal Warrior, and will not be successful in doing so.
Oh, he goes down!
Just barely.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a great job of focus firing, and those dragons completely splitting off their supports. You're going to be able to... Oh, but Pod!
I don't think they were even looking to necessarily split off the supports. At the moment, they were the only ones that were kind of near where the objective was because of all the eliminations that had just come in. Here comes Dez, though, EMP online after the Gravitic Flux, so that's going to clear the field. That's going to be another minute and a half, 3 minutes back on the clock as that payload only has 85 meters to push.
UTA has found their spot. They are thriving in this Sigma composition. It's really nice to see a team adapt and pull out a composition that does a great job of countering what the opposition has been doing so well. Tomato Lord just flexing his flexibleness on the tank roll is amazing. Oh, Andrew, that's nasty.
Talk about getting lit up in the head right there as the Sonic Arrow takes Janao right on out of the fight. Tomato Lord being pushed off by the flail of Hyper as they continue to try to fight their way into Club Synesthesia. 2 minutes on the clock and Ultimate's getting ready to abound. Things are looking dire for University of Delaware.
As the mines come in, they are very well placed. Oh my.
Beautiful opener there. Tomato Lord also going to fall to Nate in the final moments along with Shing. Beautiful opener there, but a very quick fight win means a very quick fight back as UTA getting ready to spawn back in.
Yeah, they'll be spawning in pretty quickly, and they're building up to a lot of ultimates. So both teams, so many ultimates to be able to use here, and so much on the line. UTA! Oh, Andrew! Giving Akamai a run for his money on this Hanzo.
I know, as we go ahead and see the cleanup coming in, University of Delaware pipes back. Even a little bit of action from the supports as Hyper finds Andrew now coming in on the Ana. Seeing if those anti-nades can provide a little bit more value. EMP finds 4 as we see the rally coming out from Shing to provide a little bit more value. The pulse bomb shuts that down in a fury. Transcendence now invested at the final minute mark. And University of Delaware are doing everything they can to hold this line. Beautiful hack comes in onto the attempting slam of Ideal Warrior. And now the Nano gets invested. Pod in the back line using these pulse pistols to melt down everyone that they can. Finds Jupiter first after the slam comes in, but the Dragon Strike splits off the objective from the rest. Ideal Warrior falls in the back line as the Gravitic Flux is online. We're in the final 30 seconds, and UTA are putting the screws to the blue head.
And they force out the trance, so now you get a free flux. Unfortunately, he's sleeping right now.
Oh, we do see the ante come in, but there it is, Gravitic Flux. But the minefield is placed in such a way that it makes it impossible for anyone to be able to push things forward. Tomato Lord with the 2K, but the only support on the field is Shing, and they just got antied. Not going to be able to provide a lot in the way of holding, but UTA, against all odds, able to go ahead and lock in the win here on Paraíso. Very similar to last matchup. We're heading into halftime with a 1-1 tie.
I am just so happy. This is the Clash of the Titans I was hoping for, and to see so many just different compositions being played. Like Li Zhang, we saw the balls come out, we saw the Reinhardts. Now we see the balls again, but now we see that Sigma counter coming out, and UTA played that beautifully. And Andrew on that Hanzo was just crazy with it. So much focus fire onto the ball with the storm arrows. I feel like he got hacked. In came a Discord orb, and then the storm arrows just took away almost all his health. It was nuts.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw the last match between William and Mary and RIT, but, despite it being leagues different with the amount of swaps that we saw in that match compared to this one, it is just as close of a fight, if not closer, between these two titans of EGFC. We're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, we'll see who's going to be able to bring it back on New Queen Street. Welcome back, tank sealers and damage dealers, to EGFC Season 4 Overwatch coverage here in the Spring Fling. We head into New Queen Street to see which of these two titans of the bracket, Delaware and UTA, are going to be able to take the lead here on Push.
So I know we're going to New Queen Street, but I'm very excited that no matter what, we get to go to Shambali. I don't get to cast that map enough. I mean, especially since it's new. It's just a fun map. And anyway, New Queen Street, Canada. My mom's side of my family's Canadian, so makes my Canadian roots very proud to see that flag waving in the wind. as we look to see what compositions we're seeing. And for the first time today, we see UT Arlington pulling out the Reinhardt composition and Delaware playing the ball. So it feels like anti-Li Zhang Tower. It's like the opposite. It's like they've changed roles, like the Spider-Man meme where they're pointing at each other.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that is indeed the case in this situation. Dez even pulling out the Torbjorn for that little bit of extra coverage, which I think is definitely going to help out with Pod and Nate still being on this Tracer Sombra. That's been an absolute nuisance to UT Arlington, and when you're playing a game mode like Control, where you have to constantly switch from attack and defense, it makes sense that they're playing something like
Jack,
this.
that was beautiful. That's exactly how you have to play this if you're UTA. You have to speed boost onto those vulnerable supports. And look at this. We already see a change being forced from Delaware. It looks like they're probably, based on those swaps, they're going to go Reinhardt. So they've realized, you know what? They realize the weakness that they're going after in our ball composition. We beat them once on Li Zhang Tower playing the right. Let's just match them.
Yep, it's definitely the old Rhine Rush back on the field again. As we go ahead and see the bot passing the 25-meter mark, we go ahead and see them meeting outside of the cafe, but not able to get past that corner just yet. Both immortalities wasted down, but we see Ideal Warrior falling incredibly low. Gonna have to back up just enough. That Maywall gonna be able to side out for just a moment, but not enough to be able to take Tomato Lord out of the fight just yet. With Nate getting picked off in the final moments and the amplification matrix invested, this might be a butt scratch point for UTA.
They're definitely going to be able to come in and recontest. The window bought a lot of space, but like we said, here we go. They're going to be able to recontest, and they have a window of their own to use.
As we go ahead and see the investment come in, Molten Core all over the point as we see Ideal Warrior falling low, and with both Ryans out of the fight, it's going to be up to the Deadeye to see if he can find a target to invest on. Not able to get any picks, but does enough damage to end up seeing Pod and Dez out of the fight on either side. And despite the numbers advantage that University of Delaware have, that bot, although not making progress, has at very least stayed steady. 3-man shatter coming out from Ideal Warrior. 4K lighting up that kill feed. University of Delaware come back with a vengeance as they go ahead and shut down UTA.
I'd like to say that was a sound barrier difference, but both of them was up. The difference was the shatter. The shatter from Ideal Warrior being able to get Jupiter on the Lucio. Now you can't sound barrier your team because you're shattered and you're dead so fast once you get shattered. So very impressive from Ideal Warrior. And again comes the Blizzard.
Blizzard comes in, Tomato Warrior getting caught out of position in the final moments, and that is going to be a quick and fierce cleanup. The magnetic grenade takes down the only shade of protection that they have, and despite UTA's Lucio Jupiter being able to hold on for dear life, they're going to be able to keep pushing that bot forward.
As we're getting really close to a butt scratch mode for University of Delaware, we're coming back with basically an amplification matrix versus a high noon. And the problem with that is once the high noon's popped, if you pop the window, you can bring him down so quickly.
Well, let's see how it works. The Maywall goes up to see if it can find some value. Ends up pushing UT Arlington way back, but they're going to use the speed boost to turn it around. But there's the shatter again from Ideal Warrior. 4K team kill. Little butt scratch point goes to the Blue Hens.
Ideal Warrior said, my Rhine is better than yours. I don't even think they were expecting a shatter to be there. They went in so aggressive with that window, ready to contest, and just then the hammer was thrown down. Incredible.
Well, they're not going to be given a lot of room. Like I say, quick fights lead to quick responses. And it looks like Dez swapping over to the May themselves has that Blizzard online ready and raring to go. There comes the cleanup from the Ice Queen as that payload, that bot rather, starts making its way back to UTA's side.
Big problem is they're going to get the forward spawns, so you're going to have to take another fight before you can get this butt scratch mode for yourself. But they have 2 DPS ultimates, but they were forced to use that amplification, the immortality field so early in the fight.
That's true, but we have 2 amplification matrices ready to pop. One creating some space as the High Noon pushes them back, and Matrix not able to come out soon enough, but the Deadeye still finds Pod. An aggressive Tomato Lord pays with their life against the Fire Strike of Ideal Warrior, and it looks like, despite what could have been a UTA butt scratch point, looks like they're going to get pushed back once again by Delaware.
They do have Dez coming back, and they have the Blizzard online, and they're going to have a sound barrier to counter Pod's Blizzard, so they're in a really good spot as they're looking to hunt down this Reinhardt.
That is true, but the Lucio player, Hyper, able to get Ryan out of position in the final moments. The Fire Strike able to find the damage there onto Dez, and that is going to go ahead and shut things down once again for UTA. They are doing incredibly well, but these very squirrely, aggressive plays in the final moments, rushing in every single time, are putting UTA at a disadvantage.
Yeah, and Delaware is just getting so much more value out of their ultimates. Delaware is playing the positioning battle incredibly well. Like you mentioned, they go in with that Blizzard, but they just speed out of it. Their situational positioning is just picture perfect as the amplification matrix getting popped now.
Not only that, did you see the swap of Dez over to the Symmetra, and Andrew taking over the May? This is a very interesting choice here, and it doesn't seem to be making that much of a difference as University of Delaware continue to peck at the heels of UTA.
Yeah, as the Ice Queen, even though they're in a very cold environment, just does not seem to be getting it done. As Shing will be able to come back with an amplification matrix because of all the aggression Delaware's been playing with. They don't have anything to counter this.
I mean, to be completely honest, if anybody's used to the cold, it's definitely going to be Delaware against Texas. As we go ahead and see the charge come in, counter charge, seeing if they can hold that line, and it's a fat shatter coming out from Tomato Lord Andrew with icicles on fleek, able to find the dual headshot onto Ideal and Pod, and that's going to be a bot back in their possession, but I think they're going to be able to get it past the midpoint, but once again, they have to take one more fight till they get a butt scratch of their own.
I'd say one thing that you gotta be feeling, in a good spot if you're UTA, you have Andrew with this Blizzard online, and you forced Hyper to use that sound barrier in the previous fight, so you basically have a free Blizzard. You just gotta make sure you get people in it and don't allow them to speed boost out of it like last time.
Oh, and what was looking to be possibly a very dangerous scenario ends up being a save there from Dez as they go ahead and pop that barrier. Ideal Warrior and Todd end up going down in the fight. Nate has the Deadeye online, but it's going to get nothing but shield and environment as we go ahead and see that bot get the butt scratch for UTA, and those Mavericks keep pushing on forward.
It's not over until
Oh no,
Dez! I spoke too soon. This fight might be over.
Yeah, I mean, the fight hadn't even happened yet. Dez was trying to push some damage in, but Delaware was like, okay, you want to play it fast? You want to play loose? Let's do it! And just right on in, steamroll UTA back to spawn. They got the bot back in their control.
And UTA needs to be on red alert, high alert. Ideal Warrior has a shatter, and they have been deadly every single time. They have to be aware and ready for it.
All right, well, the amplification matrix comes out from Junao as they go ahead and look to see if they can push on back. Nate does find Dez in the chaos, but still being held up by the bus as we see the blizzards coming out. It is a Venn diagram, Winter Wonderland. Oh man, didn't get everybody. I was waiting for the 1 second of super quiet that we typically hear on the field when everyone gets frozen up. But it looks like University of Delaware gonna keep on swinging forward. Ideal Warrior holding on to that shatter, and Tomato Lord getting canceled out of there.
Yeah, Ideal Warrior is just MTDing Tomato Lord right now. Charged him during the shatter, or killed him right as he was using it. I don't remember which it was, but again, the shatters Ideal Warrior has been getting compared to Tomato Lord. It's just been on different levels right now. And it's a big reason why UTA finds themselves in the position they are right now as we approach this final fight territory.
Yeah, I mean, we've been having so much fun. We are 15 seconds remaining on the clock, and UTA have a lot of room to make up for. The Deadeye ends up coming out, speed boost to try to get around the corner. The Shatter coming out after the shield goes down. Ideal Warrior able to go ahead and lay UTA right on out. And University of Delaware take the lead once in here on New Queen Street.
Whew. Delaware, man, Ideal Warrior, very deserved on the play of the game. Every shatter was just pinpoint accurate and just felt like he read what UTA was trying to do every time and was ready. Oh, you want to be aggressive? Let me shatter your entire team while you're trying to push forward. Oh, now you want to be a little bit more loosey-goosey and back up a little bit? I'm going to let my team destroy your shield and then I'll shatter you. He has just been incredible on that Reinhardt, as now Delaware finds themselves on match point heading into Shambali.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the issue that we're seeing here, Ray, is that the aggressiveness on Ryan, although it can be very helpful at times, it's paying off in dividends for the University of Delaware right now. These Blue Hens are indeed claiming their spot in the pecking order right now, but the Mavericks have a way to come back. I kind of wish we would have seen maybe a swap over to the Orisa. Not only does that help out in moments like the Blizzard, because you're able to fortify and be able to continue fighting for the rest of your frozen team, but you're also equipped with a lot of tools that would have been able to really put Ideal Warriors Rhyme kind of in their place. So as much as I thought it was insane how the swaps were going during our last matchup, I don't feel like we're seeing nearly enough swaps this time around.
Yeah, there's definitely a great point made there. Coming into Shambali, however, I do feel like UTA could be feeling, pretty spicy. I think, the Sigma compositions, given its escort and the long sightlines this map provides, looks really favorable. And we saw on Padaisu when they whipped out that Sigma, they played it to perfection and got themselves back in the series. So I think this map favors them slightly, but I'm not going to doubt Delaware. But the Sigma composition will definitely be strong for UTA.
Well, the Sigma composition is only strong if that gap cannot be crossed. And I'm going to be completely honest with you. Hyper has been absolutely on top of making sure that Ideal Warrior is exactly where they need to be at every single moment of the fight with those various speed boosts utilized. So as much as I would agree with you and say that the Sigma is a good pick, it's all going to be about if they can prevent University of Delaware from being able to close that gap, and at very least at this current moment, that has not happened.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to the micros within the own compositions of the teams. It was just more of, they played it so well on Padaisu, and this map just lends itself to it. If they can continue that momentum they had on Padaisu with this composition and bring it forward into Shambali, they got a good chance.
I'm sorry, I was giggling a little bit at Stank Badge in the chat saying block a shatter challenge, difficulty impossible. Flaming Tomato Lord there a little bit. But, you gotta give a couple of jabs to your teammates, still saying that it's UTA winnable. So we'll see if that is indeed the case. Sorry that you can't be in the match with us. There's Stank Badge. Hope you're keeping yourself safe despite all of the storms and whatnot going on in your area. To Shambali, it looks like UTA will go ahead and lock in that Sigma play, along with a double sniper composition. UTD possibly looking to match that. Who do you think comes out on top?
We are in the Sigma double sniper battle, baby. Let's go. The difference, as we're currently primed, is just Nate on the Hanzo versus Dez on the Ashe. I like a Hanzo because it's slightly better one-shot potential, but the dynamite damage, and I think Bob's a slightly better ultimate than the Dragons, so this is going to be tough. It's going to be, can Nate put a lot of pressure onto the Sigma with the storm arrows and hit some clean shots, or can Dez do the same thing with this dynamite? That's going to be so important to be hitting.
Honestly, I'm a little bit more concerned about the Pod and Andrew battle right now. I mean, as much as that Widowmaker can literally lop off your head if you're squishy, I mean, there's just a lot more of that one-shot potential on Delaware's side of the Hanzo over that Ashe. So we'll have to see how it works out. Nate incredibly low, just barely able to get away. But that payload's Ore making its way to the corner, and Andrew gonna be able to take that first W in the Widow 1v1.
Oh, as they're trying to put pressure on, but Tomato Lord taking down Nate. That is basically going to stop any kind of momentum that Delaware had, and that should be a GG go next. Let's reset and move on to the next fight.
It's all right. Minute off the clock means that there's plenty of time to be able to bring it back, as we see just pod rotating. And Andrew's like, do I do it? Do I do it? Nah, I'm not gonna do it. Not gonna take that chance. I don't want to be that guy. But we'll see how it continues to work on forward as we see Ideal Warrior able to get themselves on the other side of the payload, so still providing themselves some cover without going down that long sight line. As we go ahead and see Jupiter and the rest of the team really locking down the University of Delaware right now, having a hard time being able to push through this chaos.
As the Sigma supremacy is showing its stripes very strong right now for UTA, as they're trying to fight themselves to a map 5 to try and win this match. Like we mentioned, Delaware on that match point. Now they're going over to the ball, and to me that's almost kind of like trying to play into the Sigma's hand. I mean, you're really relying and hoping you can get dives onto this Widow, onto this Zen, onto this Ashe.
Yeah, well, it's definitely going to be the goal here, but Andrew showing that it don't matter how fast you think you are, I'll still clip you right in the noggin. Sights are out, so not going to be seeing any pesky Sombras in the backline just yet, that's for sure. Oh! And the clip comes in, hyper down, but Andrew's soon to follow as Ideal Warrior comes in with the big slam. That payload going to start moving its way forward, but as we see Tomato Lord holding this choke, things are going to be a little difficult for Delaware until they can find a way to get into that backline.
100%. As we come back, we're going to be able to have not only the EMP!
Woo! And the big slam to finalize it. Gravitic Flux gets matched with the Transcendence of Junao, and the Bob invested to go ahead and wear that down as quickly as possible, but Nate able to get that early hack onto the Bob, shreds them into scrap metal, and unfortunately Tomato Lord is cut off from escape by the minefield of Ideal Warrior. 45 seconds remaining on the clock. One fight left for UTA to see if they can hold first point.
I think they have a chance. It's going to be a completely dry fight for the most case. Pod's going to have this pulse bomb, but that's all we're really looking at here. Oh, we got ball mirror now.
Yeah, we saw a full swap. I didn't expect that either until I saw Tomato Lord flying out of that window, and it is looking to pay off in dividends right now. I don't think the University of Delaware expected it either.
And they're not even
Go ahead.
They can't even get a full team reset, especially if they get the stagger here. Oh no, that is disaster for University of Delaware.
Yeah, somebody's going to have to touch that point, and it's going to have to be Pod, but they immediately get hacked after grabbing the Mega Health Pack. Thankfully, the recall was there just in time for them to be able to continue to hold on. Amplification Matrix in a very interesting position, trying to cut off the rest of the team from Ideal Warrior, if at all possible. As we see the ping, ping, boom coming out of the Peacekeeper there. Andrew, sporting the Outlaw skin, definitely looking to make it a don't mess with Texas kind of night. The magnetic grenade not able to find the target it's looking for, puts pressure enough on University of Delaware not to touch that objective. With Point Alpha locked in, that is only 98 meters that UTA have to push to tie up our series once again.
Yeah, UTA finds themselves in a very favorable position. I have noticed that you can get first point held on this map, a decent amount. It's one of the escort maps that it's a big struggle to finish the first point. Sometimes it's kind of like Junkertown, where you're either going to get basically all the way to the end or you're going to get first point held. So at least Delaware has that kind of their back pocket, but UTA, man, they have to be feeling on cloud 9 right now. I mean, there's a lot of clouds over their head with all that rain. Hopefully they're flying high above all that rain after that performance.
We'll have to see if that is the case, because like you said, just as easily as one team can be full held on this map, so can the other team. And we've definitely seen the stronger full hold when it comes to maps like Escort. So we'll have to see if UTA, coming out with the double sniper and Sigma once again, are going to be able to break through these fast-paced defenses of University of Delaware.
Only time will tell, as again, this ball composition, especially playing it on the defense, as we're going to see Andrew go to the Cassidy. Okay, so a lot of burst damage to help deal with this ball. Dez on the Hanzo. We saw previously on Fadaisu that Andrew was on the Hanzo and just disrupted all that ball's health. Now they're going to have that plus those magnetic grenades and extra damage that the Cassidy brings to the party.
And especially without Nate being in the fight right now, that is going to be an easy corner clear for University of Arlington. Ore pushing into the workshop as they start making their way to the second choke. Ideal Warrior not going to have a lot of tools in the pocket to be able to try to hold this line. They're going to have to hope that those picks come in quickly. And with Andrew Ore down, that might just be enough, but not really a whole lot of ways to be able to kind of push into that back line without also making themselves vulnerable.
3 minutes on the clock, and basically you're 2 fights away from taking this map if you're UTA. They're just looking to build up to these ultimates, really set something up, and buy space for Dez to take some sight lines and just have Andrew there to protect the team with that magnetic grenade.
That is true. The hack comes in onto Dez, but still easily staying safe with the help of their supports. A little peppering there from Nate to let them know that I'm not going anywhere just yet. Till the Sonic Arrow wears off, and that's going to be a shred of Ideal Warrior, but with Shing down, things could be difficult. EMP finds all 4, and that's a clean-up team kill. Locked in for University of Delaware with 5 meters remaining for UTA.
5 meters remaining, 2 minutes on the clock, but Delaware had to use both of their DPS ultimates, and look at UTA, Captain Jack. They are so close to having a full 5-pack of ultimates to just bring this home and force a map fight, but it's all going to come down to execution.
Yeah, I mean, they're really going to have to pay attention to kind of where they are right now. Shing. Oh, Nate ends up getting a log straight onto the dome piece. Not going to be liking that whatsoever. Dragon Strike invested to try to separate out Ideal Warrior from the rest of the team, and the minefield ends up being invested as well, allowing Andrew to get picked off due to the chaos happening on point. Tomato Lord tries to come out with the Gravitic Flux, but gets hacked out of it by Nate as the Transcendence now invested from Junao is looking to try to be enough to push on through. Andrew looking for that opening to be able to use that Deadeye coming back from the spawn right now. 1.74 meters as they're looking to get those final picks and lock in this tie.
Oh, it's so close as the Deadeye's looking to find something. Puts a lot of pressure onto the ball, however.
That's true. I mean, they really couldn't find anyone else. Wasn't seeing a speed boost coming out. Or actually, there is no speed boost. No Lucio on the field. So it was definitely just trying to hold position as best as they possibly could. EMP comes out again. Finds level 5 and takes down Jupiter. It's not going to be enough, though, for them to find the end of this fight just yet. Dragon Strike maybe a little high, but was looking to clear the window, I believe, and try to see if they can keep Junao out of the fight, if at all possible. A meter remaining at 25 seconds on that clock as we go ahead and see them pull back just a moment for the minefield. See if they can clear it out just in time. The stick, but the trade comes in. Beautiful utilization of the immortality, but with Dez out of the fight, things are going to be a little difficult.
They do have this flux incoming. They cannot get hacked out of it again. This has to be what brings it home.
Oh, the Gravitic Flux coming in! Perfect! Perfect timing! We saw just barely did the supports have to pull back not to get caught in the Gravitic Flux, and it was just enough for University of Arlington to be able to push in that final meter. It was literally coming down to just a couple of segments over and over again. Every time that the fight went on, if they were able to push them off even for a second, they pushed it that much closer to the final destination. Map 5 here on the horizon as we head into, I believe, Nepal for our final map of this matchup. And both of these teams are putting everything they have into the game.
My heart, Jack, that was crazy. I was just like, this Flux has to bring it home. And when I only saw the ball in it, I was like, oh no, that might not be enough. But it was the C9 that came through. You know, the SIG-9, it's insane. There was no other way this Clash of the Titans could have gone. It had to go to a map 5 because this match means so much to both of these teams. Nepal, I think, especially if luck can, fall onto UTA's side. Like if you get Sanctum, for example, I think you can probably play these SIG compositions once again. It's just going to be Village and Shrine. I don't know what UTA is going to want to try and whip out and play, but we've seen the success on the SIG, but that's not going to be able to be played on all 3 of those maps. So they got to find something else to help deal with these blue hens.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be rough regardless of where they end up going, right? Both of these teams have shown that they're very good at particular compositions, and the thing about Control is that each map can lend themselves to those different compositions, right? With Sanctum, you have to worry about environmentals every which way but loose, and there's not really a lot of room to fight off of the objective because of how narrow the various passageways onto the point are. Going into Village, it's close quarters combat. You have to be able to usually take those Rhine v. Rhine battles. Would not be surprised if we see a Ramatra come onto the field to be able to see if they can shut down the shield of that other Reinhardt. And then as we go into Shrine, it could go any which way. The skies are open, the field is open, a little bit of close quarters combat on the objective, but plenty of room to work around. It looks like we're going into Sanctum as predicted for our first map of this 5-mapper series. Will Delaware be able to walk away with the win, solidifying their second place seed, or will the Mavericks be able to stomp down those blue hens and send them packing to the coop?
Whew. This is what Overwatch is all about. Now we're going to see this Reinhardt going up against this SIG, and the key to this Reinhardt composition is closing this distance and getting into the face of the Sigma-based composition. As we see Dez on the Torbjorn once again, going to be very bothersome for Pod on the Tracer.
Oh, we see the teleporter immediately coming out, allowing University of Delaware to be able to get to the objective first. That means it's going to be close quarters combat, making things a little bit difficult for Tomato Lord as they go ahead and rotate enemy side. Andrew gets picked off in the rotation, and as we see the opener coming out for the objective, we're seeing the picks coming out for University of Delaware. We're probably going to be seeing some swaps here as we see Tomato Lord going for the hard reset. Delaware takes the point and starts their climb.
Based on the swaps I'm seeing, it looks like they're going to match the Reinhardt, I think. Yeah, they're going to do exactly that. So they're going to match it, but they're going to keep Dez on the Torbjorn to help deal with Pod, which I think is totally fine. Torbjorn still provides that damage you need for the Reinhardt-based composition, and it's kind of like a counter to deal with the unique iteration of the Reinhardt composition that your enemy's playing. So I think that's totally fine, but matching the Reinhardt was the key.
Yep, you got to be able to put that frontal assault into effect. As we go ahead and see the Pulse Bomb wearing away at that shield, the Amplification Matrix gets sent out by Shing, looking to see if they can pop some heads with the help of their DPS. Everybody's holding themselves up in the corner, and they start rotating down into the room. That Torb turret just absolutely peppering away at the remainder of Delaware right now. Nobody down, but nobody out just yet for either team. And it's still 50% and climbing for University of Delaware.
As the Shattered came in for Ideal Warrior and set everything up. He is once again setting the tone with these incredible Earth Shatters. again, UT Arlington's gotta find a way to deal with this aggression that Delaware is playing with, and it's like New Queen Street all over again.
I do always like seeing the chat when I know that we're on delay and seeing them talk about certain decisions being made. This is Captain Jack from the future saying, this Rhine is popping off right now. How dare you doubt the power of the ideal warrior Reinhardt. Second team kill in a row, and we're heading to fight completion.
As the wind is in the sails and just speed boosting these heads to a very quick take of this. Oh no!
Unfortunate right there, a 4-man shatter, but you didn't take down Ideal Warrior, so you still had the big German swinging for the stars and weren't able to get past them to touch the point. Delaware takes the Sanctum, but as we head into the Shrine, we'll see if UTA maybe takes to the skies to shut down these heads.
It's definitely a way to try and deal with it. As I'll start with Delaware. They have pod on the Symmetra. I'm not sure. Symmetra is definitely very good on Shrine itself, so they could be looking to play it, but it could just be a way to use the teleport and then swap to Tracer. UT Arlington, they are going to roll out on the ball. So as I've said previously, the ball does a good job of countering the Reinhardt, and Shrine does have the space needed for the ball to do what it needs to do and buy all the space it needs.
All right, well, Tomato Lord stalled out just a little bit there as we go ahead and see them get the rollout. Beautiful combo with Andrew there to be able to solidify the elimination onto Nate, the follow-up onto Juno. As we go ahead and see the control point unlocking, it looks like this Tomato Lord Wrecking Ball is going to go ahead and start putting this team through their paces and clear the point for UT Arlington.
Yeah, I mean, Ideal Warrior's trying his best, but could not get those picks could not get enough picks to make that matter. This ball composition, like we said, it's doing a great job of just being a nuisance, setting up slams, and the coordination between Andrew, Dez, and Tomato Lord is so good right now. We saw a slam come in, the hat come in, and then the sticky bomb follow-up. They're on a different level right now.
And right now we're seeing the swap of all of University of Delaware over to this dive composition. And funny enough, we're seeing the same thing that we saw on Lijiang Tower, where Jupiter, I don't know if they're also dealing with the 500 ping, but this Lucio is not the answer for this comp.
Yeah, it feels surprising, It makes me think more that this is like a plan from UTA, and I just don't understand what the idea with the Lucio in this composition is. In this map, it's, I guess, a little bit better because there's, it's more contained within the Shrine, but it's still not ideal.
That's absolutely true. I mean, definitely got me thinking like Heinz, Doofenshmirtz. I fell down this hill and I got Lucio on my hands and I just can't stop. But the point goes over to University of Delaware, but 58% for UTA. Not a bad start.
And the swaps are in, and we are now in a full mirror match up. So it's going to be how these teams play within their compositions. And an EMP, I was going to say Delaware had the ult advantage, but they got aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, the beautiful EMP, but both support teams are down. So it's a DPS and a bunch of wrecking balls rolling around the field, looking to see who can reclaim the objective. But with the minefield of Ideal Warrior being able to put some pressure on the point, both Tracers now down. So we'll see how this continues to shake out. But for now, looks like it's going to be in favor of Delaware.
And Delaware had more ultimates to commit, as they're still going to have 3 to use in this next fight. So they're going to have the advantage for at least one more fight, as UT Arlington is trying to build up to some of the ultimates after the swaps they made. It's going to be all about trying to focus these supports down before the ultimates come into the fight.
Let's see if they can indeed make it happen. The supports in the backline of UTA end up getting shredded on down as we see Delaware passing the 69% mark. Very nice for them. Very rough for UTA as they're still having a very difficult time pushing back into this point.
I do want to say real quick that, that was kind of a bad fight for UTA. They lost their supports very early in the fight, but their ball did a great job of forcing out both the Transcendence and the rally. And now the stick onto Junow. This is UTA's opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even really for certain what the point of taking Junow was in that fight, other than just getting an early pick. No Transcendence really to require that focus that they needed, but the rally comes out for Xing, and it looks like at the 99% mark, we will see UTA be able to bring it back into their control.
As this couldn't be any closer. Delaware comes back with a pulse bomb and the mines. UT Arlington going to have the Transcendence to try and clear out these mines, and Dez is very close to this EMP. So, oh man, it's all going to be about this setup for Delaware to get in there and use these ultimates and unhinge UTA out of this point.
Yeah, but as long as they can save Jupiter's Transcendence to be able to clear that minefield, they may be in a very good position. Dez has the EMP online. They're running on in, finding the supports, and that's a quick cleanup right there. Final fight territory. It's a 3v5, and with no supports on the objective, things are going to be difficult for Delaware to lock this in. We're heading to map 3. We're taking it to the limit here on Nepal, here in the 2nd and 3rd seed matchup. And it is going to take a miracle to see if they can lock this down, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Oh, the EMP does come out and Xing goes down. This is looking a little spicy. Oh no.
Ooh, beautiful pulse bomb usage right there in the final moments. And note, the recall from Andrew was perfectly timed to end up avoiding the EMP. We do see Junow swapping over to the Kiriko. Definitely not something I think I would have expected in this moment, but unfortunately, they're not. Dez is not able to get to the point in time. I really thought we were going to be taking it all the way.
The caster curse.
Yeah, it happens every now and again. You just can't help it sometimes. But as the chat doubters are revealed, the massive shatter here from Ideal Warrior. Who says you can't play Ryan on this? Especially now you can stop on your charge. So gonna be easy to be able to bring it on back and send some folks over the side, despite the fact we didn't see it. Congrats to Delaware on that dub. When we come back, I believe we're still very close on schedule, so we might come back with an interview, we might not. So we'll just have to see on the other end of the break who we're talking to here at EGFC Season 4. Welcome back, Overwatch fans, to EGFC Season 4 coverage of the Spring Swing. We have got North Arizona University versus University of Hawaii for our final match of the evening. And I gotta say, Ray, as much fun as his last two series have been, this is definitely an uphill battle for Arizona going against the number 4 seed in our standings.
And Hawaii has an opportunity. I believe if they get the dub today, they will jump UTA to the 3rd seed, 10-2 versus 10-3. Yeah, that should pan out correctly. So Hawaii has a great opportunity. So, like you mentioned, uphill battle. And, you know, sometimes when you're an underdog, you might want to try and catch a team who's not as motivated, you know. Maybe they aren't looking at you in a certain way because you're, you know, down at the 10th seed. But this is a motivated Hawaii team who has an opportunity to move up in the standings.
That's true. And as we see some other updates here, it looks like UConn has been bumped down to the 10th seed. DePaul finding themselves in the 9th. Some very interesting transitions happening in the top 10 here. Second verse, same as the first, though. As we go to our maps, we'll be starting off on Lijiang Tower one more time as we go to our rosters. Got them fixed. Woohoo! There we go. A little work there by our producer Juke to make sure that they're ready to go. Seeing a lot of master and GM talent on both of these teams. So gonna be seeing who puts the screws to who in this matchup.
Hawaii, this squad is just incredible. But the highlights are Math Dealer, River God, Akamai. They are an incredible duo. River God holds it down on that support. Math Dealer is just the flexible, steady tank. And Akamai is just their pop-off king holding it down on the DPS line.
You know, I gotta give some love to Casey Dunn and Tom, though, on the side of NAU. Definitely, during the previous couple of weeks where we've been seeing NAU in our streams, they have definitely been putting the screws both DPS and support-wise to whoever they have been facing. Let's see if they have got what it takes to be able to bring it to them tonight as we head to Lijiang Tower for our first map of the evening.
It's that classic, you know, Lijiang Tower. It's one of the maps that we always think of when we think of the opening map in a series. Hawaii, we've talked about in the past, they've really liked the Sigma-based compositions. And the other thing they pulled out talking to Akamai last week was they said they did not care what these changes ended up being. They were practicing and getting ready to play ball in this spring split, and the changes just happened to favor them when it came to that. What a interesting little nugget that was to hear.
Well, we are seeing Dive v Dive, Winston versus Wrecking Ball, the Moon Base duo, looking to see who can come out on top here. We head into the gardens to go ahead and start things off. Say in the back line finds Tom, but the trade comes in onto River God. So it's going to be a 4v4 as Akamai's in the back line looking for that support elimination. Not going to find it just yet as Seikana ends up taking down Banana Lumpia. And it looks like Math Dealer and the rest of University of Hawaii are going to be able to finish clearing up this point and sending NAU back to spawn.
Yeah, overall, it was a... Overall, I thought Northern Arizona NAU showed pretty strong in that fight. You know, Plebbles was doing a great job of going after River God and alienating him away from the team. Even after the TP came in, was still able to find him and focus him down very quickly. But Hawaii's just, between Akamai just pestering the backline consistently and Say coming in with crucial hacks, is just devastating for NAU right now.
That's true, and that almost ended up being a very massive pulse bomb there. The force back of University of Hawaii on Arizona was really putting them in a position where they could have found quite a bit of value from that, but after a quick reset, see NAU back into the action, looking to see if they can get some hacks off, get that bubble down. You see the trade come in once again onto Tom and River God. as we go ahead and see how this is going to continue to shake out. The EMP is able to find the remainder of NAU that are on the point, but with all the ultimates in play, KC Dunn throws out the beat, saving the day, and it looks like that's going to be a cleanup of the objective, but you gotta be careful. That minefield is hacking away at Plebbles, but there it is. Furious George on the point, pushing everybody away. The Deadeye not able to find the target as Math Dealer is just continuing to be an absolute nuisance on this point as River God kunais the enemies away at a distance.
So something I kind of want to just talk about because it's really interesting. I knew this was a thing, but I've never seen it actually play out in practice where Kiriko cleanses the magnetic grenade off herself. It looked really cool. It was just like, dude, it just like slides to the ground. As we see NAU having to go over to the Doomfist to try and get back to this point quicker. But Akamai has his pulse bomb in his back pocket, and Luki is so close to the sound barrier.
Oh, you got the pulse bomb coming in, but Seikata with a beautiful headshot ends up sending Akamai back into the spawn. 99-0 right now. NAU has all the investment they could ever muster on this point, but right now there is very little that they can do. Plebbles getting healed up but fell incredibly low, and it's going to be a bit of tinnitus that ends up ending this matchup as we go ahead and see the curtain going to University of Hawaii 100-0.
Hawaii's teamwork is just showing through very strong right now. Even if they lose someone in the fight, the team is so much on the same page that the rest of the team is able to find the rest of those picks and focus them down very quickly. Math Dealer has just been not dying on this ball, being that pesky, annoying ball that we all hate in our comp games. So you're like, I got him so low, and he still gets out of there. That is Math Dealer right now.
Yeah, I mean, that is what it ends up coming down to, but it's also the fact that we weren't seeing a whole lot of counters to try to slow down that wrecking ball either, right? Like, there was, like, other than shooting at the ball, there really wasn't much that NAU was doing to make sure that they could keep that wrecking ball kind of shut down. We head into Control Center, though. We see the standards coming out on the DPS line. The tank line for Plebbles going over to that Rhine will still face off against Math Dealer's pesky wrecking ball.
I don't think I've ever seen this on Control Center, Jack, where Hawaii is essentially playing a Rhine-based style with the DPS and the supports, but they're playing Wrecking Ball. It's very just curious and interesting to see this play out. Papa KJ on this Symmetra going down, though they needed to focus her down, and they do.
I mean, it's actually not too surprising, at least to me, that we're seeing Math Dealer come out, I mean, on the Wrecking Ball, especially when at the very beginning of Wrecking Ball coming into play, I mean, anything that essentially had a middle point that you can spin to win on really made it very useful to be able to use that little hamster. And as you can see with Ore, the minefield online, and Tom going down, that's a majority of the damage off of the field. But is it enough to get NAU off this point? Doesn't look like it just yet, as we see both of investments of sound barrier and amplification matrix pop out at the 30% mark. We will see Control still go over to Hawaii.
Yeah, just to be clear, the ball I think is great. I was just questioning what University of Hawaii was building around it with the Lucio Kiriko that you would normally see with more of a Reinhardt-based composition or a Winston Rush. And then they had a Junkrat, which you don't normally see paired up with the ball. And originally they had a Symmetra or a Casty, I don't remember, but Akamai did swap over to the Tracer. So it sets things up and makes things a little bit more easier for the ball.
Well, let's see what they can make happen. The tire does end up coming out in the Shatter, finding two, but is immediately cleansed by River God as they go ahead and match up the speed with that Kitsune Rush. That is going to be a quick cleanup of the objective once again. Plubbles doing everything they can to stay alive, but beep beep, here comes Math Dealer to run them on over.
This composition from NAU, again, Math Dealer on the ball just puts so much disruption into what Plebbles is trying to do on the Reinhardt, and he's just not been able to find as much value as he would have hoped on Control Center. And you think this is normally Ryan's domain, but Math Dealer is proving that wrong.
All right, well, we see the tire come out, able to take Banana Lumpia out of the fight, but says, you got a tire, I got two, as they go ahead and clean up that back line. Akamai and Riverguard helping to continue light up that kill feed, with levels the last to fall. 10% remaining, and NAU, I don't think are going to be able to get to this point in time.
I don't think they are either, as we see the victory mines getting thrown on point. And the one player who probably could have touched, which is Lucio, gets taken down. And that is all she wrote. Hawaii taking map 1 and flexing their dominance and hoping to climb up in the standings.
I mean, it's definitely not surprising here. The numbers, unfortunately, are not in Arizona's favor, but I feel like some of the choices there are just based on what they're playing, right? We're not seeing a lot of counters to this Wrecking Ball composition. They're trying to see if they can counter it by taking out the backline. That's not looking successful because the Winston is being played more as that frontline tank than really diving that backline successfully. And then we go into Control Center, where you would think the standard would be that Rhine or Sigma or Ramatra-based composition. But no, we see the Wrecking Ball come out once again, and still no response other than that Sim and Junkrat, who were just not able to find the value that they were looking for to take Math Dealer out of the fight successfully.
See, this is my question coming from NAU. We saw in our previous matchup between Delaware and UTA that the Sigma did an incredible job. As I'm going to keep talking while we pull up the maps for you. It is part of Yisu, but we saw that the Sigma did a great job coming out and dealing with those ball compositions that Delaware was playing. So, you would think, let's pull out the Sigma. But if you know Hawaii, man, I feel like that's playing into their hand. They go, you want to go Sigma on us? I could see them just pulling out their Sigma composition. So maybe they're, like you mentioned, trying to swap and find a counter. They know the Sigma does that, but do they really want to play into Hawaii's hand? Maybe they got to find a different kind of counter. Maybe you pull out an Orisa, or I've seen Diva have some good success against Ball if you can coalesce and use those micro missiles with maybe a Zen Discord orb really well.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of questions on the table as to what they could end up pulling out here. And I mean, we even saw some counters in our previous matchup with the Doomfist, right? Just being able to shut down those various hooks and whatnot by being able to fight back in that way. But that also takes the experience that comes with those characters, right? If Northern Arizona doesn't have the ability to provide that kind of support via tank or DPS, then that makes it difficult for them to be able to fight in that way. Now, University of Hawaii is opting into their Sigma composition to start things off, and it looks like Northern Arizona is going to match fairly just with the Sigma and BAP itself. Math Dealer actually playing around with that Doomfist, but I don't think it's going to end up lasting.
We'll see how that goes, but Arizona is the one to focus on right now. Pulling out this Sigma, we talked about, this is the counter to that Ball, and they're pulling it out now. The question is, how is Hawaii going to respond to when they see they're holding on to the Sigma composition? They've seen it, and the comms are definitely through. Will Hawaii make any swaps? Akamai does go over to the Echo, but no, they're going to keep this Doomfist.
Yeah, we'll see what they can make happen. Maybe as much Dealer like in that Sigma, tired of being stuck behind a shield and a rock. Let's see if they can make some use of this absolute terror of Numbani. As of right now, having a difficult time pushing into this as Casey Dunn gets the pick onto River God. Start things out. We do see that transition. Sekada with a beautiful jump onto the Math Dealer who was trying to punch them into the wall. Shuts them down quick, and that's going to be first fight. Done it.
Doomfist struggles against Zenyatta Discord orbs. Like, he's good at diving Zen himself, but if you have good focus fire after throwing a Discord orb on him, he melts so quickly. And Arizona's playing a great just defensive position as we see the Rock coming out, which counters the Doom Hardcore as well.
All right, as we go ahead and see Dunn and Tom continuing to light up that kill feed. Math Dealer having full time with the rest of Hawaii pushing into this. I'm a little surprised we haven't seen those swaps come out just yet.
Yeah, I'm very shocked too. At least pulling out the Wrecking Ball at this point. Ah, there we go. There's that Sigma we know Math Dealer for playing so well. Now you've made him angry. Let's see what kind of vengeance Hawaii comes back now that they're in this more favorable composition we've seen them play throughout the entirety of the spring split.
All right, well, Math Dealer pushing on in. We see control of the high ground continuing to be locked down by Northern Arizona, but they gotta touch that point. Deadeye comes out, finds Critter God after the teleport, and immediately we see Akamai being deleted on that Echo duplicate. Not gonna be allowing two of the pesky Sigmas on the field. I just Arizona University are like, all right, you want to pit us? So fine, we'll take this corner because we know exactly where you're going to be coming from. The fact.
Couldn't agree with you more. This corner is such a strong position for these Sigma-based compositions to hold, so it's really surprising to see Hawaii try and push them there. You feel like they want to try and do something to unhinge them out of this spot.
As we see the EMP coming in hard, fast, and loose. Casey Dunn, though, with the Transcendence, is going to be able to hold it all together, as well as the Gravitic Flux from Levels, finding Math Dealer in the end. Despite what we saw during our first map, NAU is not taken out and down in the least. A minute on the clock and not anything to show for University of Hawaii on the objective.
I am also not a big fan of this Moira Zen combination that Hawaii is playing, especially when you're going to be in more long, pokey, sustained fights. As we see the Flux coming in against the Bob.
Okay, well, the Bob gets invested, gets stuck on. Oh no. Despite how things were looking there at the end, we see an immediate pause. Oh! Onto University of Hawaii, end up losing their Zenyatta there, unfortunately, and it looks like it's going to be much more of a technical issue than just a DC. So we're going to be right back with the completion of Paraiso here in a few minutes. All right, it looks like we're able to get Banana Lumpia back in the fight. Unfortunately, not going to be doing much in the way of helping out Northern Arizona University because there is only Plebbles remaining on the objective. First tick, second tick on the point, and it looks like in the final 10 seconds we will go ahead and see that locked in. It was a very long fight, but hey, if not anything, Northern Arizona U has gone ahead and run down that clock just about as low as it can go.
Yeah, hell of a hold coming out from University of Northern Arizona. As we see now, Banana Lumpia and River God, they've swapped up what the support line is playing. They're now on a BAP Mercy. So they're going to have that res, and they're going to have that pocket for Akamai, and lots of healing for Banana Lumpia. So it's going to be on Akamai's shoulders, who's going to be getting this pocket to make something happen. And we said in that interview last week, we asked him, if you could only play one hero for, the rest of your life, who would it be? And he was talking about how Ashe was the one who got him all the way to GM, or I forget if it was GM or Masters. He loves his Ashe.
All right, well, we'll see how it continues to shake out. Right now, that payload's moving fervently forward, but we've seen it once. If we've seen it once, we've seen it multiple times. That that payload's looking to get stuck here, but unfortunate positioning of that immortality field ends up spelling defeat for Seikana as they go ahead and try to push back. Akamai able to get an additional pick onto Papa KJ. Gravitic Flux invested, looking to see if Levels can take them out, and will be successful in doing so. The accretion doesn't find the res, though, and that's going to be a quick retake of the point. 60 seconds on the clock, but that is probably going to be it for Objective Bravo as they head to Club Synesthesia.
Yeah, Jack, we talked about how they were capping that first point with 10 seconds on the clock, and then they were able to cap this one with 50, so they netted themselves an extra 40 seconds, and that second point can be very tough to take, especially with the high ground advantage that the defense can take. But Hawaii did a great job of getting their Sigma-based composition up there and just taking that away from Northern Arizona University. But they got to come back, 4 ultimates in their pocket, so Hawaii's going to be hitting quite the wall that Arizona has.
All right, well, we go ahead and see the aggression coming in from University of Hawaii. Say, patiently waiting, and I'm not exactly for certain where. There we go, on that low ground, finds Seikana and Papa KJ, and now that with the sound barrier invested, it's going to be NAU against the wall, not in the good way this time around. Levels ends up finding themselves on the wrong side of Math Dealer, and we're heading into what could be last fight before U of H takes the 3 out.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Casey Dunn was around the corner, but that sound barrier, or it wasn't in time, is one or the other, as the high noon gets lifted up into the air from the flux.
All right, well, the Gravitic Flux cut brings them up and down as we see Bob's traded. They're on the objective. Both Bobs being shaved down by their opposite cowboys and cowgirls. But with 45 seconds on the clock, it's going to be the battle of this Valkyrie and the Gravitic Flux of Plebble, still far away, but might be able to be earned up in time for a Sigma 9.
With Seikana going down, and there goes both supports. Akamai popping off, as we mentioned, when their backs are against the wall. Akamai comes
River
through.
God. River God's like, oh, it's 3v5. We got this, right? I could just battle Valve into this and not worry about healing anyone. And Tom says, no, no, you cannot. I'll shoot your winged beast out of the sky. Not going to be allowing that to happen. Plus the spawn's right there. And I got to be completely honest with you, Ray. They might have just sacrificed capturing Objective Charlie. I don't know if Hawaii is really worried about it, to be completely honest with you, but it's something that would have been really good for them to hold on to if the Valkyrie would have ended up healing instead of hurting.
Definitely not a great position if you were the University of Hawaii. Like you said, I think they realize, they're the favorites here, but that first point attack didn't look like you were the favorites there, Hawaii. Arizona kind of had your number there for a while. You end up, getting good distance, all things considered, but you got to be on your toes coming onto this defense for Hawaii, because Arizona University is giving you all you can handle at this point.
I mean, it doesn't even matter if they're the favorites. Just because the numbers say that you have this in the bag doesn't mean that you should start goofing around. That's not going to put you in a good position other than being caught with pants down, which is just what happened. If that Valkyrie had ended up supporting the rest of University of Hawaii instead of being used as a gimmick to try to get into the back line and see if they could take come out, then they might have been able to capture all 3 points. And that could be the difference between heading into halftime 2-0 and heading into halftime 1-1.
Yeah, I 100% agree, and that's why I mentioned the first point attack and how it went. That's why I'm like, I don't know where they got this sense of like, let's be silly because we got this, because you didn't have that for a while. So let's see if this great confidence they have is going to drive this home on the defense, as we're going to see Sigma v Sigma once again coming out of both sides. But Say on this Junkrat has been insane. They're going to have to find a way to stop this spam damage and just kills that Say has constantly been getting.
We go ahead and get back on Sigma. Same strategy from University of Hawaii, looking to use the standard setup. The way in the back line, playing strategic sniper on that Zenyatta, and Say getting a lot of value out of that Junkrat by the various grenades being thrown into NAU's backline. But space is being made, and University of Hawaii has been pushed back to Plains. The spawns are coming back into Northern Arizona's favor, and the question is, can Hawaii continue to hold before these spawns come back to the 5v5?
Yeah, I mean, again, we're seeing just how defensible this high ground can be for these Sigma-based compositions as Pubble's trying to make something happen, and with the Baptiste going down, there goes all of your heals for Hawaii.
As we go ahead and see Akamai on the Sojourn, able to get that early pick onto Papa. KJ quickly gets traded. Gravitic Flux sent out. Based on the shape, I thought KC Dunn was just glitched in a Transcendence, but ended up not being the case. Just happened using that charged shot in the final moment. 2 minutes on the clock, and Northern Arizona University finding it difficult to push into Point Alpha as well.
Yeah, they're finding themselves stuck between a rock and a hard place. Hawaii, they have so many ultimates used to it. Matt Diller taking KC Dunn so early makes it so hard to push in when you're not going to have the extra damage from the Discord orb no longer.
Well, let's see what they can make happen. You say has that Riptire online ready to go. Tom, though, with the Dragon Strike online, could provide a lot of value if they're able to separate out a good portion of the team, or at very least get an elimination with it. We'll see kind of how things work out, as Tom being on this high ground, not going to be providing a whole lot of value in positioning, but you see the Amp Matrix invested, as well as that Dragon Strike cross the point, takes Math Dealer out of commission, but the tire is traded onto Sekana, and once again, in the final minute of the round, we will go ahead and see Objective Alpha captured, and University of Hawaii having to pull back as NAU pushes through.
Yeah, that was Tom. Picture perfect dragon placement, getting that opening pick and setting things up, because Hawaii had a lot of ultimates to be able to commit to that fight. So that was crucial for NAU to be able to get that. As they come now to the streets phase, Hawaii, now that they're on this Junkrat and now that they're playing this Junkrat and Sojourn, the high ground for them to be able to control with the heroes they're playing is so important.
Go ahead, see Matt incredibly low, the immortality trying to keep them alive, but it's too late as they are far out of position, and that payload is moving forward.
Akamai did get the parting kill onto KC Dunn, so they're going to be down there Zenyatta for a bit. This is going to give Hawaii a chance to regroup and reset up for this next fight. 2.5 minutes left on the clock, and lots of tools for both teams to kind of commit into this fight, as Akamai has a chance to pop off for his team once again, has the overclock to use.
All right, well, Akamai looking for those headshots, looking to see if they can take Flebbles out in a fury, but it's going to wear out too little, too late. The Bob gets invested on the wrong side of that amplification to Hawaii, but they still melt them right on down. Transcendence saving the day through Plevel's Gravitic Flux, but allows them to take control of that high ground, even if it is just for a moment, as we see the battle finding its way to its foregone conclusion. The trades are coming in back and forth, but it looks like Hawaii, with the spawn advantage, will go ahead and hold.
Yeah, overall, Hawaii, when things get scrappy and, it comes down to communication and players making pop-off moments, it seems like Hawaii is getting the better end of those fights. But when it's planned and, it's 5v5 and you got, your ideas and your setups, Northern Arizona is doing an incredible job. And Tom has another Dragons to use, and we saw the last one really confirmed that point A capture, looking to do the same for a point B capture.
We'll go ahead and see the popped out from feet done. We'll see if that is a good or bad thing in this moment as Tom throws out the Dragon Strike to find Banana Lumpia. Will it be enough for them to be able to continue pushing through? Plevel's falling incredibly low, having a hard time being able to get past all of the damage being sent out by University of Hawaii. We're back in the final minutes of this fight, and Akamai heads to the high ground with a railgun shot to Tom's face. And in the last fight, Territory and NAU have one last chance to be able to take Point Bravo.
Yeah, and unfortunately with KC Dunn now swapping over to the Lucio, they have nothing for these incoming double DPS ultimates. But what I think this could come down to, Jack, if Hawaii wants to go 2-0 heading into the break, River God building up this Transcendence, but I don't think it's going to matter. Math Dealer!
We go ahead and see the tire coming out after the double kill, looking to see who else they can clean up and stay off of that objective. It is going to be a clean sweep. Overtime ticking away because KC Dunn was just barely able to touch. That's going to be University of Hawaii in the final moments, despite the hold, being able to keep Northern Arizona University out of time.
I guess, Hawaii backs up, some of the silliness they do. We talked about how that could have been the difference between going up 1-0 and, going up 2-0 or being tied 1-1. But I guess, for them, they had the skill, they had the teamwork, they had the composition down packed, and they were extremely impressive and proved why they are fighting to move up to that third seed.
No, I completely understand, Ray, but I have love for the underdog in any situation, and I know Northern Arizona University, they have shown many times, not only in this series but in previous series, that they can put the screws to any team in our EGFC series. It looks like we're not heading to break. I thought we were going to be, but I guess we're heading to New Queen Street to see if it can be a clean sweep for University of Hawaii, or if we will see NAU fight back.
This is a couple weeks ago where I saw Hawaii roll out on a Sigma with a Cassidy with a Symmetra. And they were just placing teleporters and allowing Akamai to just go back and forth and just unleash havoc. I don't know if they'll play that again because they've really been accustomed to the ball when they can play it, which New Queen Street's going to be great for that. But they have a lot of ability to play whatever they see fit here for New Queen Street. So Hawaii has to, not Hawaii, NAU has to find an answer for Hawaii because they are on match point.
Yeah, the opportunity is there for them to be able to bring it back, but with how volatile the push game mode can be, the question remains whether or not they can make it happen. They have been able to provide a lot of opportunities to be able to fight back and gain ground on University of Hawaii, but at the end of the day, the teamwork and skill you of H are able to bring back in great pieces. And having a new there, especially in a game this to hope that NAU has some kind of plan going into this map to see if they can turn this sucker around.
As we are going to take a quick technical break, something is going on inside the match, so we will be right back with the conclusion of this series.
And welcome back, everyone, to EGFC Season 4 of the Spring Fling. We're getting back in tension with the University of Hawaii versus Northern Arizona University to see if NAU can bring it back from the brink of defeat, with Hawaii being currently up 2-0. We head into New Queen Street to see what skills these teams are going to be bringing to the table.
Hawaii pulling out that signature Sigma that we just know them so well for playing. Going to continue to play this Akamai, Sei, Sojourn, Junkrat combo. But look at NAU going over to like a version of the Banana Rush. And they're just going to have a lot more ability for Papa KJ on the Tracer to disrupt this backline, which if you're, Tracer, you can put a lot of pressure onto River God on this Ana.
Yeah, and I mean, based on what you had just said, you could say that Math Dealer is quite the sig, if you know what I'm saying. But Plebbles falling straight into the trap of Sei. Honestly, I'm just surprised that you would even put a trap in that window to begin with. But obviously they know something I don't, because it just opens the floodgates for a University of Hawaii to be able to start pushing the bot.
There's that saying that they lacked the critical information. He had the critical information, and he took advantage of it. I think it was more like they knew they wanted to set up there with their Sigma composition, and that the fact that they're playing Winston, there's a chance he might try and jump onto them up there. So, I mean, it's not a risky play, so, nothing ventured, nothing gained.
All right, as we go ahead and see Tom on this Reaper looking to get into that backline, successfully finding Sei, Banana Lupia, and River God. That's going to be a quick cleanup of the objective. Fool me once, shame on me. But thinking that you could do it twice, shame on you. And control goes to NAU as they start pushing the bot to their side.
As we are rounding the corner, NAU hoping to put some pressure as Seikana gets very low on that Kiriko. Have to keep your head on a swivel for Akamai, because before you can even blink, he'll railgun and take your head off.
Yep, thankfully Tom was able to put a little bit of pressure onto Akamai, but a beautiful concussion mine combo comes out from Sei, taking Casey Dunn right on out of the fight. Anti-nade invested to see what other damage it can do, and that's going to be Plebbles and Papa KJ finding themselves back in the spawn. Close but no cigar as NAU takes the bot back under their control.
Hawaii just continuing to impress. Akamai is just continuing to be that standout player we talked about from the beginning, and they're getting very close to this butt scratch mode. We talk about the importance of unlocking these forward spawns on push, so they have these ultimates to be able to commit.
All right, well, we see the Gravitic Flux and the Kitsune Rush versus this Primal Rage and Amp Matrix. Let's see if it's enough for them to be able to push back. The first pick on Banana Lumpia definitely opened some things up, but with Math Dealer down, that's where the real money is. That's going to be the bot back under Northern Arizona's control. But, I mean, this is quite the back and forth. Neither of them able to get the butt scratch point, and we're still before first point.
And that was a critical fight win for Hawaii, for Arizona. Hawaii committed 4 ultimates into that fight and still didn't get anything. As they're gonna pop the overclock, and I don't know if I like this, Jack. This is a bad spot to pop it.
I mean, it might be a bad spot to pop it, but they're looking to try to grab Tom. But Akamai going in a little too deep. Is able to finally get Tom in the final moments with the help of Sei and Banana Lumpia. And the team kill rings loud and proud. Things are looking a little crazy there for NAU that they might be able to take that. But a little bit of coordination, maybe a little distraction coming out from Hawaii paid off.
Yeah, every time I think, it's looking rough for Hawaii, they come together and they figure it out and they make it happen. And that's like the beauty of Hawaii. As Casey Dunn already going down, this makes this Winston competition so much harder to play.
As we see the Blossom coming out, blooming successfully, finding the 3K. The only one left on the point is Math Dealer with very little health in tow. That's going to be Tom lighting up that kill feed and getting the bot moving back for Arizona's control.
And Say being very close to this tire, especially with KC Dunn, not even close to this sound barrier. This is the opportunity that Hawaii needs to try and stop this butt scratch mode from being achieved from Northern Arizona, but it could all be for naught if Papa KJ can find a big pulse bomb.
As we go ahead and see Papa KJ looking for that rotation, looking to get into that back line. A little too much pressure there from Flebbles. Forces the pulse bomb onto Math Dealer, who gets the nano to then use the Gravitic Flux to shred down Tom's Reaper. That's going to be enough to be able to push back. Arizona takes probably the slightest lead I have ever seen in push. That is quite, let me math that. That's 0.25 meters?
Yeah, 0.25 meters.
0.25 meter lead. How about that?
I was gonna say, in all that chaos, Arizona was able to sneak that slight lead, and they're here to contest at. Oh my gosh, that was 0.01.
Oh my goodness! The Kitsune Rush comes out. Tire doesn't find its target, and Seikana is able to take Sei out before they're released from the tire. 0.01 meters, folks, separating out these two teams. I mean, there's still 4 minutes on the clock, but the fact that it's this close is just so telling.
Okay. Hawaii now takes that lead off the back of some clutch plays coming out of Akamai.
Yeah, I mean, it really just came out to this rotation. I mean, initially you saw Papa KJ in this backline on the high ground, and then as soon as they dove into the mix, River God's like, oh, I'll take your spot, no worries. I'll go ahead and start healing my team with no issue from the Tracer being pesky on me. As we go ahead and see the levels coming right on in to see what damage can be done. The nano gets invested onto Mass Dealer, but it's not going to be enough. The Blossom, the Pulse Bomb ends up pushing everybody back to the brink, and 1.67 meters now separate these two teams from their victory.
I don't think I've ever seen such a tightly contested map this deep into the push timer with 3 minutes left and nobody having capped the close spawns yet. This is insanely close and quite the spectacle we are seeing.
I'm telling you, I knew that NAU would hold it close here in the second half, and this is exactly what we have been looking for. Banana Lumpia able to take Plebbles out of the fight, but the damage is already done. The couple picks that they needed are able to go ahead and get that bot back in their control, and that's going to be a front scratch point at the 2:30 mark for NAU.
NAU is in an incredible spot right now. The forward spawns are so valuable, so Hawaii's going to have to string together 2 team fight wins. There's still plenty of time on the clock, so don't count your eggs before they hatch. NAU, you got to keep this pressure up onto Hawaii.
As we go ahead and see Akamai looking for that opening shot as the overclock gets ready to come online. Casey Dunn a little too deep there, trying to be a support there for Tom, but ended up not giving them the value that they needed. Again, picked off their Math Dealer, dealing death. They find the double kill on the point, and with 145, University of Hawaii have to get that early spawn point.
They will get the early spawn point, but we've seen Plebbles has this angry monkey, this primal rage, to be able to use it. Every time his unit used it, it's thrown off Hawaii, and they end up having to throw more ultimates into the fight than they would have liked. So this is their opportunity to make something happen, but they've already lost their Kiriko. There goes all their healing.
Seikana getting taken out of the fight, but here it comes, Furious George. The furious little monkey meets a tire straight to the face by Say as they try to retreat. The Pulse Bomb trade looks to try to keep them from getting that butt scratch point. Unsuccessful in doing so, though, but still 5 meters separate out these teams, and it's only 1 minute left on the clock.
Oh, unfortunately, they rush in too quickly, and Casey gets focused down when the whole team wasn't there yet.
Oh boy, Matthew using that gravitic flux to see if they can take out Sekana. Successful, but Tom says you get one and I'll take three as the lives continue to fall for the side of for the side of University of Hawaii. The only one left on the objective right now is Math Dealer, and with only 2 meters separating out these teams, it has been close. 20 seconds remaining on the clock, and University of Hawaii has to find a way to grab the lead.
It legitimately comes down to this final fight. Hawaii has a slight ultimate advantage, and they have to make it happen right now.
Well, we see the sound barrier invested in trade with that amplification matrix. Sekana and Tom able to find the picks, but with Papa KJ down, not going to be seeing a lot of that damage. And now here comes the Kitsune Rush, able to solidify 2 more eliminations with both Kirikos down. It's down to the final moments here. Math Dealer, the lone Sigma, looking for the Sigma 9, gets shot out of the sky by Tom. Those Hellfire shotguns are indeed raining Hellfire down on the head of University of Hawaii. And in the clutchest play we've seen all night, Northern Arizona University put a point on the board and take us to Shambali.
And Tom on that Reaper, man, really made things happen for NAU. Every time a Death Blossom came online, got so many kills. We're seeing Matt Taylor gets to play the game, but that was set up by Tom, really making things happen.
Yeah, I mean, Math Dealer and Tom kind of going back and forth there when it came to the light up the kill feed diff, for sure. But, I mean, like we mentioned, Ray, I have never seen a push map go so close. It was literally down to 0.01 meters at one point for a good deal of time. Not even like a less than significant amount of time. Like, it was a good minute that it was at 0.01 meters. And we know, so especially on maps like Escort and Hybrid, how tense those situations can be. Imagine on Push, where you have that, you could literally lose the map by being this close.
Yeah, it is insane, but we have seen how much Hawaii loves the Sigma. And what happened on Shambali last time we were there? UTA clutched it out with the Sigma compositions, so I have to say, heavily favoring Hawaii coming into this map.
All right, well, it looks like we're still having some technical issues. Might be the storms down south, maybe dealing some issues for Hawaii as well, although they're not close. They still got to connect to the mainland, you know, all of the ways that various paths work when it comes to internet and whatnot. So we're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, we will head into Shambali Monastery to see if Northern Arizona University can take us to a map 5. Welcome back, Overwatch fans, as we head into Shambali Monastery for map 4. Having some technical issues on Hawaii's side, but looking to go ahead and open things up as Akamai coming out on the Widowmaker, seeing if they can get an early pick or dedicated to the Widow. We shall see.
Yeah, one interesting aspect is Tom on this Cassidy on the defense. It's going to be a nice little protection for a Zenyatta if they ever try and go after him, and they're going to have the burst damage from the magnetic grenade. But normally you see more of like a Ashe Widow or like an Ashe Sojourn or a Sojourn Widow. You don't normally see Cassidy in the mix with these Sigma-based compositions.
No, that's incredibly true. And I think the thing that is kind of worrying me, as we were on break, we heard that a lot of the DCs have been coming from Math Dealer, right? And typically an absolute Sigma god has definitely been still performing well, but is found at times to be being outplayed by Flebbles on this Sigma. And so you gotta ask the question, you know, is this just Math Dealer having an off night, or has Math Dealer possibly met their match despite the DCs?
I think generally speaking, when it's like Sigma v Sigma, Math Dealer's been doing a good job. It's just like when Math Dealer has to... Normally they're able to force Sigma no matter what circumstances, but because of, for some reason tonight, whenever, you know, like we see the Winston coming out and they're able to get in his face, that's where he starts to struggle a little bit. But in the Sigma mirror, he's been doing a great job.
Well, we'll see if that continues forward as they go ahead and grab Objective Alpha, putting 450 on the clock. Akamai on this Widowmaker is making mincemeat out of the back line as just a little tap from Banana Lumpia to secure that elimination, and that payload's going to start making its way uphill.
Yeah, and if you are Hawaii, you have to make sure you get yourself set up and not allow any kind of high ground to be taken from NAU. As we see them now going over to this Winston, this is a similar composition to what they had on New Queen Street. The difference is Tom is on that Cassidy instead of that Reaper. The question is that going to make that big of a difference? And that was a very good grapple from Akamai.
All right, as we go ahead and see transition of Flebbles over to that Winston, looking to see if they can put on that pressure. KC Dunn popping out the Transcendence, but Say has that tire ready to unleash. The Gravitic Flux goes in the back line and lifts up KC Dunn for the headshot from Akamai, but the magnetic grenade of Tom finds them in trade. High Noon being utilized to see if it could find an elimination, will be unsuccessful. That's point Bravo for Hawaii.
And all things considered, Hawaii is taking both of these points very quickly. It's taking them like one kind of drawn out fight on each point, but because it's so drawn out, they're able to take these points as soon as the fight ends. So 5 minutes on the clock to take this third point. They are in a very good position in a beautiful immortality field.
Limo comes in, trying to save the day, and looks to be successful as Flebbles KC Dunfall, and it seems with all of that momentum that Northern Arizona had on the table, it looks like they might be leaving it at that point. It was a good push map, don't get me wrong. It looks like Hawaii just still happens to have a lot more steam in the tank, and NAU left everything they had on New Queen Street.
And who knows, you know, because all the tech difficulties and, you know, you come down off that adrenaline because of all the time, and now you just lost all that wind in your sails. Are they even going to... Okay, they do get the touch, but out comes the tire.
Beautiful accretion there. Was looking to almost find the capture on the objective and not able to touch his KC Dunn. Just barely able to get down, but not enough time to prevent the full capture. And that is going to be... Wow.
That's the first time I've ever seen that. I wanted to talk about that. First time I've ever seen that, man. You get 4 minutes to attack, and you completed all 3 points with exactly 4 minutes on the clock. So the bank did not change. That's crazy.
That is pretty cool, but it still makes the sound effect, which is kind of odd. it's like, it's like, no, I guess we didn't have to change that, like, whatsoever. Crazy. So that means, if my math is correct, so the total of the map, 2.5, an extra 4 minutes. So only took 4 minutes to go through 3 points. Not too shabby there, Hawaii. Definitely setting a pace for Shambali. Hasn't had its chance to have any records broken in Overwatch League or anything like that. So definitely setting that momentum. But as NAU are looking to stay on this composition, Tom moving over to the Reaper once again is looking to see if they can find the same value that they had on NQS.
Yeah, I feel like that's what you have to do at this point. The one thing I will point out is this Sigma composition that Hawaii is playing with the Junkrat and Akamai on the Sojourn. It's an even better composition specifically on the defense. So, I mean, look at what damage they did on the offense, and it only gets better on the defense. It's like, they had their ice cream sundae, and now they get to add some sprinkles to it.
Well, let's see if those sprinkles and hot fudge will pay off in dividends here. As we see the high ground cleared, Papa KJ ends up finding a railgun shot to the face to start things off. But the Immortality Field gets traded. Casey Dunn is down. And that is going to be a cleanup of the objective high ground. But based on how this composition is set up, it is going to be a quick fight back in.
Akamai is just continuing to hit these rail shots on the Sojourn, just continuing to pop. And now Say's having a moment. The spam damage taking down Papa KJ.
Wow, and then the follow-up there, Banana Lupia. Oh, excuse me. On to Plebbles, goes ahead and takes them out of the fight. Apologies, folks. It is half an hour till midnight here on the East Coast, and I've been casting a lot of Overwatch today. But right now, Hawaii is doing really well at kind of holding this line, and Arizona is just trying to find a way to get through.
Yeah, as now they're poking and prodding. They have this Kitsune rush to push into the fight, but first comes the Flux, and it gets the kill onto the Winston.
Yeah, with Plebbles down, definitely not going to be seeing any Winton anytime soon. As we see Tom falling incredibly low, able to get the Mega Health Pack. I think it's going to come down to this Kitsune Rush to see if they can utilize it to give Tom that extra speed for those Hellfire shotguns.
Couldn't agree more, but you're gonna have Akamai with this overclock and be able to amplify it with this matrix that
overclock
has. Yeah, what overclock exactly?
Good job, Papa KJ, and there it comes. We see the sound barrier and the Kitsune Rush invested, but I'm not seeing Tom, which makes things a little difficult. And while the rest of the team is in the back line, it is up to Seikana to see if they can take down Map Dealer on this Kiriko. And let's just say, dollars to donuts, it ain't paying off very well.
But a lot of ultimates Hawaii did have to commit to that fight. Both DPS ultimates and the Transcendence. I mean, I will say it was a costly fight for Arizona as well. So you're coming back. It's basically an even 2-2 split for the ultimates. It's just going to be... Matt Dealer has struggled a little bit to get value on this Sig ultimate sometimes, but not when you get Casey Dunn like that.
No, you pop them up, and then Akamai takes them right on down. Amplification Matrix invested. Don't need the full railgun shot to do the full railgun damage with that kind of skill. And it's only a minute on the clock remaining as NAU are just stuck at this 25-meter mark.
I think the thing you have to bank on for NAU is the momentum you can build. Tom has been so good with these Death Blossoms. He's going to be able to use that this fight. And Hawaii had to empty the bank out. So you just got to put Tom in a good position to be able to use this. But this is where your momentum can start to build on Shambali.
All right, as we go ahead and see the rotations along the right side this time around, Tom, making their way into that back line, looking to see if they can utilize that Death Blossom, but is already half health. Immortality, that one shot, bang, bang, boom, onto River God is what opens things up. But it's overtime, baby, and there's no healers on the point to be able to get Plebbles back up to where they need to be.
Yeah,
wait, who's in the back line?
Wait, Say?
Say?
Oh.
I saw Casey Dunn come out of spawn and immediately almost get deleted, so I was like, wait, what? Somebody's being a sneaky little rat, they are. Yes, they are. As we see Akamai in this fight, it's a 4v5 right now due to Say's little chaos. Make that 3v5 as we see the picks coming in. That might have been a costly mistake for University of Hawaii, similar to what we saw on Paraiso earlier in the evening. Thinking that you could be a little cheeky does not always mean you'll be successful. And if NAU are able to grab all 3 points, this wouldn't be the first time that we see a team hold harder on the second time around.
Couldn't agree with you more. I mean, they didn't have any ultimates to really use because now they have 5 ultimates now. So that was a big issue. But if they would have had their full 5, definitely a big chance. And there's the Transcendence forced out by the flood.
Yeah, I mean, had to utilize it to try to see if they could keep the team alive. We'll get everybody to full health, but Sekana is down, but it pays off in dividends right there. Math Dealer ends up taking themselves out, and look at that! Akamai tries to get away, but Plibbles jumps up and says, "Sup! Right out of here!"
I consider that a big victory if you're Hawaii. The only ult they had was that Primal Rage. I mean, Tom's kind of getting close to this Death Blossom, but you got Akamai to basically force that out. So now you come back with 4 of these ultimates, and first comes the tire.
Tire making its way into the back line, coming very close to finding Sekana, but gets taken out in the final moments. But the supports are separated out from the rest of the team due to that tire, and that's going to go ahead and wear down the remainder of that front line. A minute remaining on the clock, just shy of Objective Bravo.
Ooh, as things are heating up. It may be cold in Shambali, but it is heating up right now. Both teams fighting for this opportunity. NAU hoping to send this to a map 5. Hawaii wanting to end this right now. They will jump up to that 3 seed if they can manage to bring this home. And Akamai, we talked about in the entire series, has the ability in this final fight with this overclock to set it up and deliver his team to the 3 seed.
As we go ahead and see the clock winding down, final fight territory, River God and Akamai having ultimates online, but Casey Dunn and Sekana not far behind. Tom has that Death Blossom online and has to get River God out of the fight before—
They didn't touch! What?
So that's the game. I don't know what to say to that. I was ready for someone to be on the payload, touching it. They were diving the back line. I was waiting to see both Tom and Plebbles getting in on that, and one of the supports being there to hold that line. You know, it's just one of those moments where I just want to put my headphones down and walk away. Because it's like, what do you say at that moment? It's like it was a perfect setup for them to be able to get in there. And, oh man, it hurts. It hurts,
They did
Ray.
lose Casey Dunn early in that fight. So, I mean, they still could have brought it around. They had a couple ultimates to use. But just to not even touch the point, just gut-wrenching for NAU.
Yeah, but I mean, at the end of the day, the story is the same as we thought it would end up coming out. But the fact that NAU was able to make Hawaii bleed at such a disparaging gap really goes to show how skilled these teams are. That you don't have to be in the top 10 to really show how absolutely powerful you are. So congratulations once again to Hawaii, and it's been a long day for us, so no interviews for this time around either, but be sure to be following us here on Twitch, Twitter, and all social medias at officialEGF or twitch.tv/officialEGF. You can also just hit that heart, punch that bell, so you get notified every time that we come online. Plenty of other games, if you're not a fan of Overwatch, that are played on this channel, I believe 6 days a week. That's a lot of esports, despite what the Olympics might tell you esports is. So be sure to be checking out the action here. Special shout out to our producer, Juke, always doing an amazing job behind the scenes, handling technical issues as he and Ray have been dealing with the storms down there in Texas and clipping through half the things that I probably said tonight. So, we're going to go ahead and sign off for the evening. Thank you so much for watching, everyone, and we'll see y'all next time.
Later.